Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Diversity Pre-Law Symposium and Law School Admissions Fair brought to you by the University of Houston Law Center, the Hurricane Maria Assistance Relief and Institutional Alliance, and the Rising Scholars of Justice program at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, a CUNY Black Male Initiative program. Thank you to the dozens of volunteer students, law students, and alumni from our pre-law pipeline programs and programs nationwide who helped us organize this two-day event. Special recognition goes to the director, Kristen Giuseppe, who has received national awards for her diversity pre-law pipeline work. Also, an enormous thank you to Shannon Skiretta, program alumni, and current 2L at UC Berkeley School of Law for being our team lead. Critical support was also provided by program alumni Michael Peterson, Cayetana Lascano Echevarne, Magdalena Oropesa, Nicole Martinez, Anais Rijos, and Southwest Water Company fellow Taylor Nunley. Together with our team, these powerful advocates have taken the lead during the pandemic to organize this for you. As a result of our law school participant support, we can now offer incoming diversity pipeline students and current law students thousands of dollars in scholarships. Together with our cherished sponsors, the Southwest Water Company, CUNY BMI, Jackson Walker LLP, John Jay College's Latin American and Latinx Studies Department, Office of the Provost, and Office for the Advancement of Research, LSAT Max, Magoosh Test Prep, and the National Black Law Student Association, we welcome you to our inaugural Diversity Pre-Law Program offerings. Our event is open to the public and is unique because it supports aspiring lawyers who, like me and many of our stellar and renowned panelists, come from minority, low socioeconomic, or underrepresented backgrounds. We recognize the challenges you face and want you to know this program is for you. Collectively, we have been working together to diversify the legal profession for decades. We believe our efforts disrupt poverty in our communities while creating a global society that values diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Our panels will provide you with information, tools, and advice to support you as you navigate your way through the law school application process. Please know that you are not alone. My first opportunity to be exposed to the law was when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg hired me as the first Latinx to work in the Supreme Court's Public Information Office. That took 206 years to happen. Had it not been for her, I would have struggled a lot more and would have likely not met our first speaker of the day, Dean of the University of Houston Law Center, Leonard Baines. Dean Baines is the first Dean of African descent and the first Caribbean Dean of the University of Houston Law Center. He is brilliant, a stellar scholar, and a nationwide trailblazer in diversity pipeline education. Dean Baines has spent most of his life working to create programs and opportunities to diversify the legal profession. He has sponsored and mentored thousands of pre-law students, law students, and lawyers nationwide. He has also received national recognition for his work in this area. Please give a warm welcome to my favorite professor in law school, our Dean, Len Baines.
Thank you so much, Professor Rory. It's great to see you. And it's always great to see my former students do so outstandingly well. Professor Rory also is a trailblazer in so many ways and has made opportunities available to so many people of color, students of color, during her career. Let's give her a round of applause. And also, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was my civil procedure professor. She was amazing. She didn't hide the ball. She was open and available to all of us. And at the time I went to law school at Columbia, where she was a professor, she was the only woman. She was the first tenured woman there. And she was available to all people who were not part of the mainstream. So I miss her greatly. I miss her. None of us really anticipated that she would necessarily be a Supreme Court justice, and we were so proud of her accomplishments. So let's take a moment of silence to recognize such a fabulous lawyer, judge, scholar, and trailblazer for women and so many others. Let's take a moment of silence to recognize her passing and our loss from her passing. So as Professor Rory said, I'm the Dean of the University of Houston Law Center. I'm the first Dean of African Descent and first person of Caribbean descent to be Dean here. I want to welcome you all to the 2020 Diversity Pre-Law Symposium and Law School Admissions Fair. And many thanks to Professor Rory and Director Kristen Giuseppe and so many others who've put this together. Many thanks to our sponsors of John Jay, HMARIA, UH Law Center, CUNY BMI, and many thanks to the 45 law schools who will be participating in the admissions fair. Let me tell you a little about the University of Houston before I tell you a little bit about myself. So the University of Houston is a top-notch law school with top-notch top 10 programs in health law and intellectual property, and really high-ranked programs in environmental law, energy law, tax law, and our part-time program. For 5 years in a row, the Law Center has been awarded with a very prestigious HEAT Award. It's the Higher Education Excellence and Diversity Award for its commitment to diversity by Insight and Diversity magazine. It also has, as Professor Rory talked about, a pre-law pipeline program. It's also been very recognized as its director. And it's really amazing. It's made so many opportunities for so many students in the just 5 to 6 years it's existed. And the most important attribute to it is that it actually has made real progress increasing students' LSAT scores, which on average increase anywhere from 12 to 14 points, which makes a big difference between going to law school or not going to law school, going to some law school versus going to certain law schools, and getting scholarship or not getting scholarship. So hats off to all the faculty and staff and Kristen and Professor Rory and everyone else who's participated in this to make this an opportunity for our students to do as well as they possibly can be and to become lawyers. And the problem is that there's not a lot of diversity in the legal profession. Only 5% of the lawyers are either Asian American, Latinx, or African American. Only 5% of each group, even though those groups combine over 30% of the US population. And why is it important for you to go become a lawyer? Well, lawyers really change things. They've been responsible for so many changes in our society, whether it's been civil rights, women's rights, LGBT movement and rights, marriage equality, whether it's been actually deregulation, tax reform, whatever it is, lawyers have always been there, either in front of the matter, behind the matter. Many of our major politicians have been lawyers. The 2 senators from Texas and the governor are a lawyer. The governor of New York is a lawyer. Many, many governors and senators and former presidents have been lawyers. And why is lawyering and legal education so important? Because it's the power. It's the power that legal education has. It's the power of being a lawyer. What law school does is it allows you and teaches you to think like a lawyer, which means that you're looking at all sides of a question. It means that you'll be able to write more precisely, to analyze more rigorously, to argue more persuasively, and uphold the standards of the legal profession. That's why it's so important for so many of you to become lawyers and enter this profession. And we need people of diverse backgrounds now more than ever. This past year has been unprecedented. As I've often said, it seems like it's a combination of 1918, where we had the Great Flu of 1918, the Great Depression, 1929, and the social and racial unrest of 1968. It seems like it's all rolled into one in just 7 months, where we've had unprecedented unemployment, where we've had this virus that's killed so many people, especially people from African American, African descent, Latinx, Caribbean backgrounds. And now we have this George Floyd killing, the Breonna Taylor killing, and so many other senseless killing of Black and brown and people of color in our society. So we need lawyers of color more than ever. And why is that? I think because what diversity provides is in the classroom setting and even the work setting, we as people of color, we of diverse backgrounds, we have almost superpowers. And by that, I mean, we need to think about our diversity as being a superpower. And by that, I mean that we're able to really code switch, as they say, to talk in multiple communities, whatever our intersectionalities may be, whatever communities that we may live in, we are able to do that in a way that those who are from less diverse backgrounds may not be able to. We're able to provide our guidance, our thoughts on issues to be part of that conversation. So think about if you didn't have diversity, what would it be like being in a classroom discussing bilingual education if there's no one who is a bilingual speaker? What would it be like in a classroom talking about sexual harassment if there's no one who's been sexually harassed? What would it be like in a classroom discussing police violence on unarmed Black and Latinx people if there's no one in that classroom who's had or has family members who've had that experience? The conversation is very stilted. The conversation is very one-sided, and proposals and opportunities to make change are will be very, very limited. And that's our power, that we see things differently, and we can use that difference. We can see that vision in a way that makes concrete change, but also advantages our own progress. What I tell students so often is that, yes, your GPA is important. Yes, whatever LSAT score is important, but think about what your LSAT score may mean in comparison to someone who has a great deal of privilege. What does it mean if you have the same score as someone else who has had private LSAT instructions, who's had tutoring from elementary school to high school? What does it mean if you've had that same score as that person who has all those advantages? It's important to recognize your own power, the power that you have, the power that you've overcome, the things that you've done to make great accomplishments in your life, where you've had your hands tied behind your back, sometimes both hands, in what you need to do to perform, in comparison to someone who has it much easier. I'll give you an example from one of my students when I taught in New York. And the student said, she wanted to meet with me to discuss an area of the law she didn't understand. It was business organization I was teaching. And she said, I said, well, can you meet Thursday late afternoon? She said, no, because I go back home to New Jersey and my mom does my laundry and my mom, fixes food for me and gives me a care package to come back to New York during the week. And I'm not critiquing and criticizing this young woman. I'm glad that her mother and her family are very supportive of hers. But you also recognize the advantages that she has. She has an intact family who's incredibly supportive to her, who can give her the opportunity to live on campus and will provide her the support that she needs, where she doesn't have any other obligations to take care of little brothers and sisters, to help the parents with shopping or other obligations around the home. And so important to recognize that if you've done well as you can under those circumstances, that's your superpower. That's something that you really, really need to recognize and not be embarrassed about it and not be ashamed about it. And in terms of my background, as Professor Rory said, my family immigrated to the United States from a very small island in the Caribbean called St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's 150 square miles. It has 150,000 people on 150 square miles. There's no college on the island. If you want to leave the island, it's expensive to go to school. My parents came to the United States. My mother graduated from high school. My father did not. My parents were brilliant, very, very smart, very hardworking, but the opportunities were not available to them. But what I've learned from them is invaluable to me in terms of discipline and hard work and all of those things. And people say to me, well, how is it possible that you could graduate from Columbia Law School, win all these awards and recognitions, and become dean of a leading law school? It's because, to a large extent, I think it is the American dream, that the United States does have a lot of opportunities if you seek them and and seek them out and pursue them. Many times I find for a lot of people from low-income backgrounds, minority backgrounds, they sometimes stop and don't pursue opportunities that are facing them, that are right in their face. Sometimes they tell themselves no without even seeing if it could turn into yes. And so what I would say to you all is that it is a question of really believing that all your dreams are possible and finding those opportunities like I did at that time. It's like, I didn't know what to do, but I listened to my faculty members. I listened to my fellow students. I tried to figure out whatever I could. Even now, I talk to other deans. I talk to others when I don't know a problem. And people will be helpful to you. It's important to find out who those people are, because you can do this. It may take a little bit of time. It may take a little bit more effort. You may have two hands tied behind your back, but you can do this. If you want to be a lawyer, if you want to do whatever you want to do, you can do this. At the University of Houston, as I mentioned, we have the incredible pipeline program. And since George Floyd's death and Breonna Taylor's death, we've done a variety of things to make sure that we are more inclusive. We've always been inclusive, but we've tried to be more inclusive. So the faculty and staff unanimously passed a resolution. They voted on it to be anti-racist and to outlaw discrimination in all forms. The faculty unanimously petitioned and voted, faculty and staff, to change the name of Calhoun Road, which is a state road, city road, that traverses the campus and is part of our address. And hopefully that will change soon. And we've had a variety of events looking at those issues that have confronted us over the past, well, decades, but certainly in our recent times, dealing with racism, and other issues. And so for even yesterday, we had an event looking at what's called the new status quo of lynching and looking at police violence. But we've had a number of events looking at impacts on Asian Americans with President Frank Wu of Queens College. We're having an event on LGBT advocacy with a transgender faculty member, and someone else has been very involved in Supreme Court litigation. We've obviously had events on Latinx issues. We have hired two new Latinx faculty members, and they discussed their scholarship in immigration and other areas. And so we've done a lot to make sure that we are as inclusive and are able to deal with this moment. So in closing, I really want to thank the organizers again, Professor Rory, Director Giuseppe, and all of you. I want to thank all of you for being here, for taking this very important first step in the first road to your professional career, to the first step in the road to being a lawyer, because all things start with one step, and you've taken the very important first step. So congratulations to you for doing so. So thank you so much.
You're on mute.
Jody, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Dean Baines, for your wisdom and encouragement. And please know that without your leadership and your vision, none of this would be possible. I wish that we had many more people like you on this earth. Pleasure for me to introduce our speaker of our opening speaker of our event today, Justice Sally Manzanet Daniels, who has for many years supported our diversity pre-law pipeline program. She's an inspirational and motivating speaker. And at the young age of 37, Justice Manzanet Daniels was elected and received the gubernatorial citation for becoming the youngest justice of Hispanic heritage ever elected to the New York State Supreme Court. Under her tutelage, our students enjoy the privilege to observe court hearings, learn about the law, and develop the skills they need for law school. Justice Manzanet Daniels was born and raised in the South Bronx and graduated from Marymount Manhattan College. She attended Hofstra University School of Law, served as the first president of the Latino Law Student Association, co-founded and served as the first chair of the LALSA Alumni Scholarship Fund. She began her legal career in criminal defense at the Legal Aid Society in the Bronx and was later elected as the judge of the Civil Court of the City of New York's Bronx County. She's one of the first Latinx justices to be appointed to the appellate division in the history of New York State. It's a pleasure to welcome the amazing Justice Sally Manzanet Daniels.
Thank you so much, Professor. It is my pleasure and privilege to be able to address you this morning at the 2020 Diversity Pre-Law Symposium and Law School Admissions Fair. Let me start by congratulating all of you here, because your presence here means so very much. It tells us that you care about your future, and we do too. So I want to share my life concept and model of Dare to Dream. I want to share with you a story about a little girl in the South Bronx who grew up on welfare, poor, in an economically disadvantaged area of the Bronx. There was no reason in the world why this little girl could think that she could aspire to not just become an attorney, but then elevate herself to the court. This little girl grew up with her siblings, with a single mom, struggling. She and her siblings almost died in a fire. And I can tell you, I suspect that by now, you have all figured out I am that little girl. And I want you to know that from the shelter that I ended up in after that fire to the hallowed halls of the Bronx Supreme Court, I understood that the only thing that would stand in my way was the reflection in the mirror. So I say to all the students out there, I don't know what level you're at. Are you in high school, thinking about what college to go to? Are you in college, starting to think about what next? Wherever you are, there are some real basics that if you follow, you will see the road to success and the journey made easier. So let's talk about that. Again, I say to you, the only obstacle to your success is the reflection in the mirror. That is not to say that this is going to be an easy road. Nothing worth having in life is easy. But I can tell you that if you are determined to succeed, you will. Yes, I can. If I dream it, I can achieve it. So I want you to dream as I did. You have to work hard. And it's really cliche to say that, but it's as simple as that. You get what you put in. Leave nothing on the table. There should be no half-stepping. You know what I'm talking about. Okay? Give it your all. There's enough time for all the things that you want to enjoy in life and be an excellent student. Back in my day, I was an incredible dancer and salsera. That did not change the fact that I applied myself in my studies. So it's on you, you understand. All things that are worth having require a plan to achieve it. Understand that good things don't happen by accident. They happen by design. So make sure that you create a plan. Part of that plan means that the family, your family, whatever way that is composed, whether traditional with both mom and dad or not as traditional, and grandparents and mother and other family members who support, whichever way your family comes is a beautiful thing. Embrace it and make them sit down with them. Make sure they understand what your dream is, and then you go for it with their help and their hand on your back. Establish a support group and a system of support, because family is great, but you need more than that at times. You're not always going to be in the bosom of your family. So you must extend that family, okay? And that comes with friends, teachers, religious leaders, whoever is in your circle that you trust and that you can count on when you are in need. Eliminate negative forces in your life. In other words, get rid of the haters. Being a Latinx, let me say it like this, and I will translate. Dime con quién tú andas y te diré quién tú eres. What does that mean? Tell me with whom you walk, and I will tell you who you are. It's real simple. If you want a future, you must surround yourself with positive people who are going to support and help you get to that further point in your life. Do not continue to hang around people and friends who bring you down. You know who they are. It doesn't mean that you have to drop all of the friendships you've had, but if that friendship is not moving you forward, it needs to take a second seat in your life. I am deadly serious about this. This is a key component to your success. Network and cultivate mentors. You're going to come across a lot of people in your life. When you find one that you know can help guide you, I want you to latch on. I want you to cultivate that relationship. So you have to do your part. Reach out, stay in touch with these people. I continue to talk and have relationships with the hundreds of students that I have mentored over the last 30 years of my profession. So trust me when I tell you, there are many of us out here who want to help, and all you need to do is reach out your hand and ask for it. You have to ask, as they say in the lotto, you got to be in it to win it. So you've got to ask for it to get it. Above all, you have to believe that you can achieve it. This is vitally important. Your sense of self, your sense of self-worth are paramount to your success. So you rid yourself of the haters. I'm going to say it again, because not everyone wants you to succeed. So attach yourself, cling on to the ones who do. You don't need negative forces in your life. Stay and latch on to the positive. Now, understand that your law school journey begins long before you get there. So for those of you who are in college already, it is vitally important that you keep your grades up. Your GPA at the end of the day is going to say a lot about you, how committed and dedicated you are. Take courses that improve your writing skills. Read, read, read. By reading the written word, you improve your writing, your understanding of grammar, and the necessary, this is the essential tool of an attorney, is the written and spoken word. So begin now to hone in those skills. Study hard for that LSAT. Now, I'm going to tell you that I was never great at standardized exams. So no matter how hard I studied, I felt like there was a ceiling in terms of my capacity to do well on that exam. But I'm here to tell you that even with that, getting into law school is possible. I was accepted into 9 of the 13 law schools I applied to. So that goes to my next point. Apply broadly. Don't limit yourself. Give yourself as many chances to get a yes. And for God's sake, don't be afraid of the no. It's okay. You've got to dare to ask the question, to get to the yes. Once in a while, you're going to get a no. That's okay. The point is to get as many yeses as you can so you have options. So apply broadly. And I'm sure that the leaders of this program, Professor Rory, and those at the University of Houston Law Center will tell you exactly how to access the ability to apply broadly. And of course, the same strategies I talked about in terms of doing well in school, you will utilize in law school. In law school, the game gets a little tougher, right? But not insurmountable. I got through. Be focused, be committed, and be determined, because your success lies with you. Be prepared. Malcolm X said, the future belongs to those who prepare today. He was right then, and it's right today. Prepare. There's no excuse. Again, no half-stepping. The former Latina U.S. Surgeon General, the first, by the way, Dr. Antonia Novello, said something at a speech I attended, which has stuck with me, and I'm going to share it with you. If you don't know where you are going, then you are already there. I'm going to say that again. If you don't know where you are going, you are already there. The point of that statement is that you must have a plan, a goal, a destination. If you don't, you stagnate, you stay still, you don't move forward. So again, set a goal. I had a 15-year plan. I knew exactly what level of education I would be studying every step of the way. I knew that I wanted to go back to my community after I graduated law school. So quite frankly, it wasn't until I was an attorney at the age of 24. 24. So my young brothers and sisters, I want you to dream beyond your circumstance. Dream beyond what people are telling you is wise. Because I'm here to tell you, it is absolutely possible. I have fulfilled all of the dreams I had as a child, and I'm making new ones. So I want you to join me. There are a lot of us out here. African-American judges, Latinx judges, Asian judges, and judges from all over the world who are beginning to join the ranks and want to extend their hand to you. I hope you join us. Now, my last statement to all of you is really important. I want you to always remember who you are and where you came from. It is the most important part of you. We are living in a time when the world seems crazy, when the word diversity has somehow become a four-letter word again. Well, I am here to tell you, nothing could be further from the truth. As Dean Baines said, the vast diversity of this country is what makes this country great. So always embrace that part of yourself. Make it the staple, the first thing that people see. With pride and dignity, represent where you come from. It is the best part of who you are. I believe it is the one gift that I bring to the bench. And so, as I close, let me share a poem by Charles Swindoll. The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than facts. It is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failures, than success, than what other people think or say or do. It is more important than appearances, giftedness, or skill. It will make or break a company, a church, a home, a school, and its students. The remarkable thing is that we all have a choice every day regarding the attitude we will embrace for the day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is play on the one string we have, and that is attitude. I am convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes. So remember, my young brothers and sisters, dare to dream and maintain a positive attitude. God bless and thank you. Enjoy your program.
Thank you, Justice Sally Manzanet-Daniels, for your commitment to our program over the many years and for sharing your inspirational success story, which serves as sheer encouragement and support to our student participants. Can we please give our Justice a round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the program.
We're now going to be turning to our first panel of the day, which is moderated by Michael Peterson and Adria Kimborough. They'll provide you with keen insight on the law school application process from our esteemed admissions officers. Please take notes. We know that you have lots of questions in the chat, and we know that this panel will do a great job answering those. Enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adria Kimborough, and I am the pre-law advisor at Dillard University here in the city of New Orleans, Louisiana. I am excited to be here with you this morning and to be joined by my co-moderator, Michael Peterson, who is a student at the University of Houston Law Center, class of 2022, which will be here before we know it. We're here with an all-star panel of admissions officers here, decision makers. So the advice that you're going to get today will be outstanding, and so we're happy to facilitate this conversation. What we'll do, just to get started, so you'll know a little bit about the panelists, we're going to give each panelist an opportunity to introduce themselves, the school that they represent. And one of the questions, I guess, that we wanted to get started with, if you could talk about the GPA and LSAT scores that students should be thinking about if they're interested in your particular school. And specifically, I guess, around the range, because we know oftentimes diverse students may be discouraged by a median and will decide to not apply. And so I think to the extent that you can speak to ranges on LSAT and GPA, I think that would be very, very helpful for our audience. So what we'll do perhaps, since we are here with the University of Houston Law Center, we'll start with Ms. Pilar Mensah, and we'll go down the line and get our introductions and a little background from each one of our panelists. But again, thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pilar Mensah. I'm the Assistant Dean of Admissions at the University of Houston Law Center, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. I've been with the University of Houston for almost 10 years now, always in the admissions office, and have really enjoyed my time there, and over the years helping students through the admissions process, answering their questions, hopefully making them feel more comfortable, addressing their concerns, and just helping them know that they can do this. It can seem a little bit overwhelming, the admissions process, But if you kind of take it one component at a time, it's definitely something that you can achieve in getting into law school. In terms of our GPA, our median GPAs for this last class that came in was a 357, and our median LSAT was a 160. But it is a median, and so we have, you know, students that are below those numbers, students that are above those numbers, students that what I would call split those numbers. So they may have a strong GPA, but maybe not as strong of an LSAT or vice versa. And so not one particular applicant is the same, and we're not looking for all of our students to have, you know, both of those numerical factors at or above the median. We look at, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more on the panel, but we look at everything that you submit in your application and try to look at you as an individual, as a person, not just as those two numerical factors, because you do have a lot of other things that you bring to the table that we think would be helpful at our law school. You would be successful, and you would bring a different point of view and a different perspective than some other students.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Let's go next to Anthony Orlando with our next introduction.
Good morning. My name's Anthony Orlando. I'm the Assistant Dean of Admissions at Western New England University School of Law, and I'm very excited to be here this morning. Thank you for having me. I've been in admissions for 10 years, 5 years at Western New England University School of Law. And in terms of the LSAT and the GPA medians for the past entering class, for the LSAT, our median score was a 148. Our middle 50% range was a 146 to a 152. So that's our 25th percentile up to our 75th percentile, the middle part of the class. And for the GPA median was a 3.27, and it ranged from a 3.03 to a 3.56. So just to kind of echo what Pilar said before, there's much more that we're looking at as part of our holistic review of an application, which we will get to, of course, as we discuss 3 actual applications later on. People love to look immediately at the quantifiables. You know, the LSAT and the GPA are easy to quantify, obviously. You can go to those and see if you're a good fit statistically for a law school. But I just want to echo that we are looking at all of those other factors as part of a holistic review. And I'm looking forward to getting much more into that conversation later on as part of this panel. But again, very excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Anthony Irvin from North Carolina Central University School of Law.
Good morning. Good morning to the moderators, panelists, and aspiring lawyers. My name is Anthony Irvin, Director of Admissions at North Carolina Central University School of Law. And I've been in admissions for roughly about 19 years, 5 at the law school, which I love it. You know, I joined admissions thinking that this was first job, second job, third job, this is it. I'm not going anywhere. And tried to leave admissions, but of course, like every other panelist, it keeps us going. This is what we love to do. And that's why we've been in it for so long. We're here to serve you. And as you're looking at this admissions application, like the other panelists have stated, you want to make sure you comprise your application to look competitive, not only just in one narrow mindset, but in a holistic approach. And that's what we look at here at North Carolina Central University as well. As we are a school of opportunity, we do have that median GPA, which is a 3.25, and a median LSAT score, which is a 145, 146. It kind of goes up and down each year. However, as you are looking at the LSAT for our school and that median and us being a school of opportunity, we do have that program, what we call performance-based admissions program. That allows our students to really look at if they have that high GPA, low LSAT score, or vice versa. We start to really dive into those components of that application holistically. And like my other panelists have stated, I'm excited to be here, looking forward to really being a mentor or giving that advice for you along within this process. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists. And as you've already heard, I think the first nugget here is that applicants, you're more than just a number. The numbers are a factor, but it really is a holistic review. So thank you all for sharing that. And you can hear too, we've got an experienced, enthusiastic group of panelists. So make sure you get ready to take some good notes today. I'm gonna turn it over to Michael for the first question. He's a little bit closer to the law school admissions process than just a little bit closer than I am. And so we'll let him kick off with the first question for our panel.
Thank you for that. And yeah, just a little bit closer, guys, not too far off at all. So for the first question, I would like to ask you, Anthony Orlando, and then we can follow up with the other panelists. What are you looking for in a competitive law school applicant? And what are some types of things that the applicant can do to truly stand apart from the pack and separate themselves from the many other applicants with similar grades, test scores, and things of that nature?
All right, so great question. So in terms of what we're looking for in an applicant, the ideal is that the applicant is strong in every aspect of their application, right? So when I talk about the application process, I usually talk about the 5 key factors that myself and my admissions committee are looking at. We're looking at your LSAT and your GPA as the 2 quantifiables that we already talked about, but we're also looking at your resume, your letters of recommendation, and your personal statement. And those all play a major role in the holistic review process. So ideally, besides having a strong LSAT in our range and a strong GPA in our range, ideally you're a strong writer. And I encourage all of you to take lots of time with your personal statement to go through several drafts of that. Make sure it's your best writing sample that you can submit to the committee. I know that I have legal research and writing professors on my committee, and they're going through your personal statement as the first thing that they consider. So they want to establish who you are before they look at any other pieces of your application. That's why it's so important to make a good impression in that personal statement with the quality of the writing. The letters of recommendation should also be strong. They should speak to what you did in the classroom, that you were always there, that you were taking part in your classes, that you came to office hours, perhaps you went above and beyond to succeed in that class. And sometimes it's not always the easy A that you want to go to in terms of having a professor write a letter of recommendation. Perhaps the professor in whose class you struggled to earn a B, but they can talk to your work ethic, your coming to those office hours and bringing your grade up from perhaps lower earlier in the semester. So that tells a good story too, if it's not the easy A professor letter of recommendation. And your resume, we're looking for students who are actively involved in their undergraduate life, because we're looking for students to get involved in our clubs and organizations at the law school. We need students to be involved in the Business Law Association and the Black Law Student Association and the Christian Legal Society, so on and so forth. So being actively involved in your undergraduate life is important, and kind of bringing that to life in your resume can be important as well. So overall, the whole package is important. If there is perhaps a deficiency in your application, sometimes if you're stronger in other areas, that can help to make up for perceived deficiency somewhere else. Or perhaps you might choose to write an addendum to your application, kind of addressing, talking directly to the committee about a piece of your application that you want to bring to life, or perhaps explain. You don't want that to have to hijack your personal statement, because your personal statement should be your story, your pathway to law school, what excites you, what you're passionate about, and what you hope to do with the JD. Save explanations and things like that for addenda to again, talk directly to the committee to give them more context that will help them make a decision as part of the holistic review of your application.
Thank you for that answer. I really appreciate it. And then my co-moderator, you may proceed with the next question.
All right. So my next question actually hits on one of the questions that I've already seen in the Q&A. So guys, be sure to keep those questions coming. But it's about a gap year and how you all perceive students taking off a year, whether it be to study and prepare for the LSAT and apply, or if they're pursuing something like Teach for America or another opportunity. And I will field this question. Let's go to Mr. Irvin, Mr. Anthony Irvin. So if you can talk to us about how you perceive that gap year and maybe also offer some advice to the students on things that they can be doing to enhance their application during the time that they take off between undergraduate and applying to law school.
Great. Thank you for that question. Great question. Had a feeling it was going to come around my way, but it's awesome. That gap year is very critical. And I know a lot of students, and I know a lot of you are thinking, especially during these times, you know, the anxiety about not really stepping out there to submit your application. First of all, don't let fear stop you from achieving your purpose and fulfilling your purpose. But we understand that things happen and you have to take a pause. So while you're in that pause, just make sure you stay relevant. At Central, we're looking for that student that takes that gap year, but does not take a gap year and take a vacation. We want you to still do the work, still be relevant within the realm of the legal profession, whether that be you doing an internship with a lawyer, whether you are studying for the LSAT still, or whether you are just connecting with the law school itself. Events, talking with representatives from that law school, whatever form or fashion that you see yourself to be relevant, stay up to date on issues surrounding the legal profession, and do your research about the law school. And most important, if you're working, don't work yourself to death. You know, that's the thing that is a reality that we're facing as far as, you know, having a job and being grateful for that. But at the same time, you don't want to work yourself to the point where you lose focus of that mission, of that purpose, which is your legal education pursuit. So I say stay relevant. And that's what we look for in that Central applicant that takes that gap year. And I would offer the advice as far as what you need to work on or components in the application. As my previous panelists echoed with the previous question, you want to make sure that you have that personal statement proofread. Make sure you have written it well, because writing skills is a key component in the legal profession. So you want to make sure that you are always brushing up, fine-tuning your writing capabilities. Nobody is a perfect writer. We're not looking for the perfect writer. We're looking for the writer that can effectively convey their story and tell your story. Make sure you do that. That's a key component. How you tie into the mission of the law school. What makes you unique to the student body and why we should select you.
Mr. Irvin, thank you for that great response, and actually for giving us a great segue into our next portion of the program. So we've got, again, decision makers here in the admissions world, and we're going to talk about the ways in which admissions committees make decisions. So we've got a simulated admissions committee here. And I've seen some of your colleagues do this as, what do they call it? Admit, deny, waitlist, almost like a game, even though it is not a game. But we want to get your advice on some real applicants. And I think Michael's going to share, we've got 3 candidates for application. And I want to hear from you all and let our students hear from you all about the kinds of things that you consider as you make decisions. So you're just talking about the personal statement, all of these other aspects of the application. So our first, and I should probably have my my glasses on. I'm looking. Hopefully you all can see it. But our first applicant is a candidate from Escambia, Florida. And so if we could talk a little bit, and I think you guys may have had an opportunity to look at this prior to our session today. And we want to hear your thoughts on the candidate's strengths, weaknesses, and, you know, the factors that may impact the decision. And I guess we want you to make a decision too. Would you admit, deny, or waitlist this candidate? And I think we'll start, if we can go to Dean Mensah and get your thoughts on candidate A and tell us some of your thoughts behind this candidate's application.
Okay, so I had a chance to review it. I made a few little notes. So I'll just kind of go through the highlights of what I saw that I thought was interesting or I might warn against. You know, that this first page just provides some basic information about the applicant, their name, where they're from, things like that. On the second page, I always look at what we call like a character and fitness section of the application that asks about any misconduct or criminal history. So I definitely look at those questions, because if an applicant does state yes on any of these, I will expect to see some sort of explanation later on in the application. And it doesn't, you know, it's not necessarily anything that will prohibit them from being admitted, but I do expect an explanation as well as documentation kind of supporting what happened in the past. In terms of the personal statement, one of the things that I thought was interesting about this applicant is that they shared that they were homeschooled for most of their education until going to high school. So that's definitely something that's different. I think would add some diversity to the class. Not a lot of people are homeschooled, so hearing that experience, and then also recognizing that this applicant was able to transition from, you know, homeschooling to a public school and be successful and go on to college and be successful. And so I know sometimes I think there's a stigma maybe with students that are homeschooled, you know, but in this instance, he did go on to do very well. I remember the GPA being pretty strong, as well as the LSAT score. So I thought that was good. I'll leave space for my other panelists to kind of get into this, but the other thing that I noticed, and I would love to hear their opinions on, but I'm always a little bit leery on the resume when an applicant includes their GPA. So what we look at is going to be your cumulative GPA from any institution you attended, even if it was high school dual credit, is all calculated into your cumulative GPA that LSAC creates. And so sometimes applicants will put what they think their GPA is in terms of, you know, maybe just at their four-year institution or maybe their major GPA, and it doesn't always match what LSAC calculates. If we were to look at something like that, it would not be a big deal because we recognize how it's calculated and probably that the student was looking at it differently. But when you think about the admissions committee, there's also faculty that are part of the committee. And I know a colleague of mine shared a story that it was a big deal. The professor felt like it was a misrepresentation because the GPA on the resume didn't match the calculated GPA by LSAC. So I would just say, I don't think it's necessary to have that on the resume. We will get that from LSAC, and that's the GPA we'll be looking at anyway. So, you know, my advice is just to leave it off so there's no issue. Let's see what else. I mean, this person included a lot of different experiences, which was great. And they tied, you know, something on their resume with, I believe, their letter of recommendation because they had The legal assistant position, I think was one of the letters of recommendation, which was great to see something in terms of employment. But then also there were 2 letters of recommendation from professors. And it's kind of hard to tell if this, because I know these are samples and these are old, but particularly if this student was still in school when they applied or shortly graduating, has shortly graduated, it's always, in my opinion, smart to have some academic letters of recommendation if you're still in school or you've just graduated. If you've been out of school for a while, it may be different, and that's something you may consider discussing with the individual law schools. What kinds of letters of recommendation are they looking for? And if they've been out of school for a while, do you still want to see one from a professor? I know we're very lenient about that thing, recognizing after a couple of years it might be challenging to go back and find a professor, but other schools may be very specific in what they want. So like I said, I just kind of give some highlights of what I saw. I'll let my other panelists have opportunity to discuss what they found as well. And I would admit the student.
All right,
That's
so
my
we have one admit from Dean Mensah, and a good takeaway too about the letters of recommendation. Really striving for academic letters when possible, but certainly if you've been out of school a while, that would be taken into consideration. To our other panelists, Mr. Orlando, what do you think on this candidate A?
Sure. So I just wanted to ask, is it possible for the moderators to let me share my screen? I just wanted to share with, I guess, our attendees kind of how I go through my process and how I take notes about an individual application. So
yeah, if that's possible, I think that'd be great. And then too, I was going to mention for our attendees, the document that's being shared is the way all of your materials will look once they are received by the law school. So you are preparing each individual document, but when you submit that to LSAC through CAS, it's all compiled in the way that it's presented in the PDF file that you just saw. But yes, sure, if you can share your screen, I think you should be able to. Let's see what you have.
Okay, so it says that the host has disabled participant screen sharing, so I'm not sure if that's a possibility, but I am happy to kind of walk you through, just looking at my notes, how I go through kind of step by step looking at an applicant. So I went in chronological order. I think the Florida State application is a little bit different from mine, so I just kind of took things chronologically from the cover page on. So I noted that they're a male applicant, Florida resident, first time. They have a 161 LSAT and a 3.51, which later on the LSAC's CAS report that we receive indicated a 3.51 is in the top 25% of the class at Bob Jones University, and it was a political science major. So I noted that. I also noted that there was one gap year, and as Dean Mensah mentioned, he used that gap year to work as a legal assistant for a Pensacola personal injury firm, specializing in expert witnesses. He also worked 15 hours a week junior and senior year at the Atlanta Bread Company. So that shows that he was able to balance his academics with other obligations as well. I thought it was impressive, the research work that this student listed on their resume. Research and policy proposal writing for both NATO and an organization called Blue Book, not the Blue Book that you'll become intimately familiar with in law school. I think it was a different organization, but that looked impressive to me. And also some temporary work on a couple of political campaigns. So a very involved student. I thought their resume was very full, which was great. Dean Mensah noted well the homeschool aspect and the diversity there, plus living in 4 different US states and England. I thought the personal statement also had a really good discussion of the cultural, political, and socioeconomic diversity this applicant has been exposed to. They were very involved in competitive speech and debate, which fueled their interest in law school. I did note that there were a couple of errors in the writing in the personal statement. These were kind of proofreading type errors that just kind of look bad, because if you went back and read with a fine-tooth comb, you would find these types of small errors. For example, he wrote congressmen instead of congressmen when he meant congressmen plural. And later on, he listed topics including military and environmental, when it was the environment as a topic. And this is very small. I kind of nitpicked the personal statement, as you can tell. But he opened up his essay talking about working with expert witnesses and his attorney at the firm that he's working for asking him to do a task. And he ended that first paragraph with, he was thinking to do or not to do. And it seemed like he was debating whether or not to thoroughly do the job with which he was tasked. And that seemed a little bit odd to me. I think his intent was to show, as he closes the essay, he says, given the option, I choose to do. But it just kind of had me questioning his work ethic from the first paragraph, which is an odd way to kind of start the essay. But again, these are kind of nitpicky points that I saw. The resume was very full, lots of activities and honors. The LSAT writing sample was terrific. He applied the facts very well. All of the letters of recommendation were enthusiastic. So I thought overall this is a very strong application, and I would choose to admit as well.
All right, so we've got 2 admits, and I think some really good takeaways too, being thoughtful about how you start that personal statement, being nitpicky or letting someone review your materials with that type of eye, because that's the kind of precision that you're going to have in law school and in the legal profession. And then I appreciated your point about the Atlanta Bread Company job, because I think oftentimes students will think, well, that doesn't have anything to do with the law. I'm not going to include it on the resume. But those kinds of things do help show that you've been able to balance with your academic work and being able to work, which often a lot of students from underrepresented backgrounds do have to work while they're in college. So I thought that was a great point. All right. Let's see. We have one other admissions person to weigh in, give us an admit or deny wait list, and tell us what you think. Any thoughts or points that maybe have not been raised already?
Right. Well, I guess I'm a lot of the times the admissions committee has these situations where you have that tiebreaker. So I guess I'm the tiebreaker or the deciding factor here. But as looking at the indicators, and I mean indicators GPA and LSAT, as we're looking at the application, and I would like to also give you kind of the screenshot of how I actually review and look at these applications. First, definitely I will pull up your EAP to make sure, which is the application on the screen, to make sure that everything is filled out correctly. There's no blanks, there is no discrepancies within the information on the application. So it's kind of like that surface, that pre-screen. And as I finish with the pre-screen, then I really dive into that personal statement. And one thing that I noticed, the personal statement was well written. A couple of grammatical errors that I agree with Mr. Orlando. And in addition to that, I would like to see more of, and this is what we look for, because as the history with North Carolina Central School of Law, we have a deep history and a unique mission that our admissions committee looks for in an applicant to see if they're tied to that mission. He's definitely tied to the pieces of the legal profession, but as a public interest school with leading, advocating, and serving, social justice perspective, all of that. That makes that our law school unique in the sense of that's what our committee looks for. And I would like to have seen more of how he understands the mission, and not just our law school, but also any other law school. Make sure you understand their mission and you put that in your personal statement. That makes the committee aware that you have the same commitment and shared expectations and common goals. So that's just a small minor point that I saw in the personal statement. Definitely, transcript looks great, no inconsistencies. Within the academics, it looked like he was consistent with his grade point average and his success. He had one little small semester where he made that C. So that's not a biggie, but for the most part, he definitely had a consistent pattern. And that's what we look for too. We look to see if you have inconsistencies within a semester. You may had your freshman year had a 3.8, but your sophomore first semester, you had a 1.5, which brought down your cumulative. That's a red flag. Those are patterns and trends that we contribute to how well are you going to be with your academic aptitude here with a rigorous curriculum. So we look for those patterns. So make sure that those are, if not, if they're in your transcript, make sure you provide that addendum to definitely provide that full context and understanding to what happened. And for the most part, it's a good application. Good application. Resume, definitely relevant with their experiences, not only tied to the legal profession, but also as my previous panelists have said, the work experience. Just because they do not have legal profession work experience or relevancy, just working says a lot about your work ethic. And that's what we're looking for as well. So for the most part, I would say deny just to be the devil's advocate, but I'm not. It's admit, definitely.
All right, 3 admits all around. So that means applicant A has 3 admission letters or acceptance letters to law school. So good job. And then I think that I guess another takeaway I had from Mr. Irvin's comments were just about knowing the mission of the school. There are some institutions that are very much mission driven. And if that's the kind of institution you're applying to, then you want to tie that mission into your application. And then also, 1C is not, a game changer. What the admissions folks are looking for are patterns. And so you want to make sure that you have a pattern that you've demonstrated academic success, but 1C in a class is not going to be the end of the world. So with that, let's go on to applicant B, and let's see how they fare in this admissions committee. So let's, Mr. Orlando, if you could kick us off perhaps with applicant B and tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this candidate's chances and whether you would accept, deny, or waitlist.
Okay, great. So coming into this exercise, I wasn't clear if we were supposed to admit, waitlist, and reject one each for each decision for A, B, and C. So I was looking at it in that lens at first, and then I read A and said, well, this has to be the admit. And then I read B and I said, well, this also has to be an admit too, right? So I just want to say that B I thought was very strong. And if you actually go all the way to the end, I believe, of the application, there was a letter of continued interest because in fact, this applicant had been waitlisted. I found that really interesting because this student had 2 LSATs, a 153 and a 154, and a GPA of a 3.97. That has the wow factor that gets the committee's attention, a 3.97, and they're a Florida State undergrad. So for Florida State law to give them a waitlist decision, I was a little bit surprised by that. So I did a little bit of digging, and this is actually a tip that I recommend to everybody. Write this down, ABA 509. After this session, if you Google ABA 509, it will take you to the American Bar Association reports. They have a standard called 509 that requires that all law schools give certain information in the same standard format, and it goes back several years. So check that out later on because it's super helpful as part of your process when you're looking at schools. But they only go back to 2011, and I believe this application was for 2010. So 2011 is kind of close. And I noticed that FSU's profile was a 160, 162, 163 for their 25th percentile, median, and 75th. So I thought for this applicant, it must have been that 153 and 154 as their two LSAT scores that were the sticking point perhaps for that admissions committee that resulted in that waitlist decision. I really hope they got it off the wait list because I love this applicant as well. So they had, looking at my notes here for applicant B, the letters of recommendation were terrific. One professor, I think it was the second letter of rec, called them a model student. The other one said she's intelligent, hardworking, great personal characteristics. Again, the LSAT writing on this one was very well written. And one thing that I think was great about the LSAT writing, oftentimes when they give you two choices on the LSAT, you're tempted to just advocate for the choice that you pick, and then for the one that you don't pick, you're saying why it's not a good selection. This applicant here actually took a paragraph to write about her choice for one of those two answer options. She wrote about her choice and the weaknesses for her choice, and then chose to address those weaknesses. So sometimes it's not just, okay, here's why my option is great and the other option stinks. It's my option is great. It might have some perceived weaknesses, but here's why they're not a big deal. So you're already kind of heading off that counter argument, if you will. And you will do a lot of that in law school. So I thought that was great and very well done in the LSAT writing. And that's impressive because you're under timed conditions. So that lets me know that she's a very good writer. I thought that her personal statement was very well written. She was talking about her mother's car accident and how that made an impression on the applicant, just that her attorney wanted to help her in a very personal way. That certainly made an impression. But then she kind of segues into talking about her philosophy background and her thesis on the Constitution as a Lockean social contract, which I was geeking out about a little bit. I love that part of the essay. Her last paragraph, and this is very well done, it ties in the whole essay. It talks about the emotional attachment to law, but also talks about her academic interests and how the law will fuse those two together. I thought it was very well done. I wouldn't end the essay necessarily with a colloquialism like kill two birds with one stone. That wasn't the best way to end, but the last paragraph besides that did a good job of tying in her entire argument. I did notice that this person didn't have as much on their resume as applicant A. They did work as a camp counselor full-time for 2 summers. They had a Florida Democratic Party internship for 1 semester, and they did work as a legal assistant, I think, for just 1 period of time from June to October. Besides that, perhaps not too much time for extracurriculars because they were obviously focusing on their GPA with that 3.97. But overall, a strong applicant. And again, I hope they got in off the wait list because to me, this is a strong admit.
Thank you for that. And another, I guess, nugget there, the admissions folks really do read the writing portion of the LSAT. Sometimes people think that that is a throwaway, but certainly as evidenced by the really detailed analysis here from Mr. Orlando, we know that that statement will be read and will be factored in your application. What I'm thinking, because we have one more applicant, so I'll get maybe a quick vote from Dean Mensah and Mr. Irvin on this one, and then we'll try to move and transition into applicant C so we can hear your thoughts on that candidate. So up or down, Dean Mensah, what do you say?
I would admit as well. I'll just say a couple of little thoughts quickly. I really did love this personal statement. I thought it was extremely well written. Sometimes applicants will include, at the beginning of I've always wanted to be a lawyer, but then they don't really give information as to why. It's just like, I've just had this desire since I was a kid. She really went into, as a kid, this is why I always wanted to be a lawyer. Then I actually had an experience with a lawyer in my life and how that person helped me. So I grew to admire that profession. Then I went on to do coursework, so she really backed it up. she started the essay with a question and she answered the question at the end. So I thought that was a great statement. Obviously the GPA was super strong. One thing I noticed, which isn't a big deal, but on the resume, so she does include that she has legal work, but it was only for 2 months. It was like August to October. So I wondered, was it a temporary position? Like, did something happen? Did it not go well? Especially because there wasn't a letter of recommendation from that employer either. So I was just curious as to, and it might not be a big deal at all. Maybe it was just a temporary position. Maybe she realized, you know what, I can't really balance my coursework and, you know, having a job at the same time. I was definitely in that position at one point in my life, but that was just a little like, I wonder what was going on there. And then with the writing sample, like you said, I think, you know, people think, oh, it's a throwaway, we don't really look at it, but I would say probably now more than ever, they'll be looked at because now they're actually being typed. So back when these applications were being done, you know, a couple of years ago and beyond, it was written in pencil on the day of the exam, and sometimes they were hard to read. We would get photocopies of them and they would be very light. But now students are, you know, doing it on the computer and typing it, so we can absolutely read it and get a good idea, you know, of their writing on the day of the exam with that timed, you know, that time factor involved. Whereas with the personal statement, you know, you have as long as you want to work on it. Sorry, that wasn't that short. I'll stop. But yes, I would admit.
All right.
And I like that they took the LSAT more than once. Depending on what school they were, you know, trying to get into, but you know, showing at least the attempt to try to improve it, I think can be good if you're shooting for a school that has a higher median, which she was in this instance.
That's another good takeaway too, because people often wonder about how taking the test again will be perceived. So that's a good point as well.
I think it can be perceived different ways, but if she was aiming for a school where the median was higher than her, you know, first score, it can potentially be helpful trying to take it again if you can, you know, improve it.
Definitely. Mr. Irvin, admit, deny, or waitlist. What say you?
Nah, admit. Yeah. One thing also, just real quick, with the personal statement versus the first personal statement, definitely echo with my colleagues and panelists. Very well written. There's two different stories here that were told, and in the manner in that they were was very clever with the second one, with the one now. She told her story. She provided context of her personal background, her character, her adversity, pieces of adversity that she overcame, versus just experience in the first personal statement. Both stories were still great. They told their stories, but when we dive into wanting to know who you are, the second candidate provided much more context in just her life in general. It was clear, concise, brief, and it conveyed her story of who she is. So just a little bit tidbit on that, that comparison, but definitely admit with my other colleagues.
Yeah, and she did it all in 2 pages, which is no small feat, no small feat. All right, let's jump into our last applicant. And Mr. Irvin, since we're already with you, let's just stay right here and kick us off on your thoughts about this candidate C.
All right, candidate C, definitely different than A and B. This is where we start to really look at everything, also with A and B, but also dive more and more into the pieces within this application, because first, the applicant had character and fitness. So at that point, we had to make sure with the application that everything was checked, no discrepancies. They answered the character and fitness, so immediately it kind of pushed me to go to, well, where is their explanations, their addendums? So looking at that and making sure everything that they conveyed about their character and fitness is disclosed. And that's the point, full disclosure. full disclosure within your character and fitness and the application in its entirety. Because the last thing you want to do is for us to come back and see discrepancies. And then, you know, if we don't catch the discrepancies, when you submit your bar application, they will catch those discrepancies. And then you have to come back and do this process, what we call amending your application. We don't want to get into all of that, but you don't want to get into that process. So you want to try to be as full in full disclosure in the beginning. So in looking at the character and fitness, is pretty much they provided the documents, the explanation from what I saw, and then looking at their personal statement, definitely could have used some proofreading. But the story was told. I think it could have been more substantive information as far as who the applicant was within that personal statement. But also proofreading is like was echoed earlier and was said earlier is a key component. And then also looking at the transcript, did see those patterns and inconsistencies. They started off strong, that 2.67, and then kind of went down. And we look at these patterns, and also we look at the institutions, because the applicant has several institutions that they've been to. So in looking at all of those transcripts, and before I start going forward with that, we also look at to see if all transcripts are provided. If we see it on the CAS report, then we're automatically looking in your application to see if all of those transcripts is provided. If a transcript is not provided and it says on your CAS report, that means there's a discrepancy. You put on the application these institutions, and the education portion of the application, you put the institutions that you've been to. That's what you disclosed. However, in addition, the CAS report provides information from the clearinghouse, and the clearinghouse provides all your transcripts and where you've been in institutions. So if we see a discrepancy that you didn't disclose an institution or provide a transcript, then that means that's going to hold up our process. And we're going to send you an email and say, you have gaps within your education/work experience. You need to submit this transcript, so forth and so on. So that puts a week, maybe a couple of days in the process. So looking at that, then trying to correspond to make sure all transcripts are here, you see these patterns within their grades. But once again, it's all about how you finish up. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish up. And student did finish up strong from where they were within their first and second semester between 91, 94, 94, 95. But ultimately, that undergraduate grade point average, it is what it is. You can't change that. And this is a non-traditional applicant, meaning they do have those gap years. They do have that work experience within those gap years, in addition to education as well. So we understand that. So that's something you can't change. But in looking at the LSAT test that they completed, which I'm assuming this was recent, that LSAT indicator gives a better identifying factor as far as they may have that aptitude to really do what's necessary. So looking at that and other things within the application as far as their resume, thank you for going there. Their resume, they did have, like I said and mentioned earlier, that work experience. Letters of recommendation were pretty good, but the resume, definitely that work experience is there. education level, that plays a big part. As I'm looking at this applicant, I look to see the weaknesses first. I'm a visual person, so as I visualize this application, I'm visualizing it as a balance beam. And on one side of the balance beam, you have the academics, which I talked about earlier. And then on the other side, I call the supplemental documentation that you have. So we're looking to see this, looking at this balance beam to see what weighs down, what weighs up. And there's a lot of strengths that counteracts the weaknesses with the GPA, which is the graduate information. That says a lot about the work ethic and the academic commitment as they went to those master programs. So I left a lot out there for my colleagues to go ahead and weigh in, but at this point, I am only the first line as I review and make my recommendations. So at this point, with the character and fitness concerns and the GPA and LSAT combination, which give this whole performance index, is below my criteria, I would have to pass to the admissions committee to make the final decision.
All right, thank you for that. So it sounds like a no from Mr. Irvin. So just real quickly, and if you guys could get it a minute, because we've got a lot of great questions in the Q&A that I want to make sure we have time to get to. So Dean Mensah, admit, deny, waitlist.
This is definitely a tougher one to me. There was a lot going on in this application. It's an applicant that I'm glad it wouldn't just be my decision to make. It would be the whole committee to look at. I think for this one, I would waitlist.
All right, wait. And oh, I'm sorry, Dean Mensah, did you have another?
I had a couple other comments, or you just want my vote?
If you can offer just a couple quick comments, and then we'll go to Mr. Orlando.
Two things real quick, since this is what made this applicant very different from the other two. There were character and fitness. He does provide some explanation and some documentation to go with it, which is, I think, always good to just give that documentation. It makes it real clear. I don't feel like there was any conversation about what this applicant learned from what I would say were mistakes. He, I think, fairly takes responsibility. I mean, he very plainly says what happened, but it wasn't like, I learned from this is what I learned, or this won't happen again, or because of this situation, I recognize X, Y, Z, or I just felt like there was an opportunity to share with us what you learned from those experiences and how it changed you, so that we know it wouldn't be something that would continue, and nothing like that was said or shared. But really taking responsibility, I think, is helpful as well for these types of issues. And then in terms of his academic addendum, he mentioned some mental health, depression that affected his grades, which I think, being a law student is going to be very stressful, as well as being a lawyer. And I think your mental health is really important. And so it would have been nice to learn what coping skills, what did this person do to overcome that? Because they're going to need to rely on those coping skills in law school and as a lawyer if they have mental health, whether it's, counseling or medication or whatever it is. I mean, they don't have to share that kind of thing, but I think it's nice to know what someone did to overcome something like that. So we know that when they get to our law school, they have some strategies in place to help them be successful once they get to law school. Those two things kind of stuck out to me.
Dean Mensah, I appreciate you pointing out the accepting responsibility, because that was one of the things that jumped out to me as well. Dean Orlando.
This was a wait list at best for me, and I had some concerns about the work ethic here. Usually if a student goes to college and they have a bad first year because they come from a restrictive household and then they just party and let loose in their freshman year, I've seen lots of personal statements about that, and then they kind of realize, oh my gosh, that wasn't what I wanted to be doing, that the track I wanted to be on. So usually they have that kind of come to Jesus moment, and they have an epiphany and they say, okay, I need to work a lot harder now. And that didn't really work for this applicant. They worked hard once they were dismissed in community college to come back and be readmitted, but then they were kind of depressed about having that 0.00 GPA for one semester when they forgot to officially withdraw. And then they kind of went back into doing, in their own words, the bare minimum. So they had kind of two different separate scenarios or instances where they really didn't really apply themselves. And they kind of admit that it was a question not of ability, but of work ethic. And I still had some work ethic questions after finishing that application, which is why it was a wait list at best for me.
All right, so candidate C did not do so well, but I think we've gotten really good feedback on the reasons why that hopefully will be informative and helpful to our attendees. So with that, we want to go ahead and transition, because like I said, there are just really great questions in the Q&A. And so we want to field some of those questions to our panelists. And maybe what we'll do is offer each question maybe to one panelist, and then hopefully we'll be able to get through all of them. And I'm going to turn it back over to Michael for our first question from the Q&A.
Thank you for that, Andrea. So we're going to go ahead and fill some questions, just like my co-moderator just said. And I actually really resonate with this question a lot because I was a non-traditional law school applicant and also a law school student. And so with that being said, Dean Mensah, this first question I would like to turn to you. And it states, becoming an attorney was not my first career path. I went into hospitality. Does a seasoned professional application need to look different than a graduate right out of college for law school applications?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll say that I think more and more students are not coming straight from undergrad. So that like non-traditional student, I feel like is becoming more the norm than you might think. We have students that have all kinds of different backgrounds that have taken, a year off, 2 years off, even have had a whole other career, 10-year career, and decided that they want to come back to law school. And I think, it's a testament that it's never too late to change careers or do what you think what you really want to do. Someone who has a lot of experience, I think it just adds to their application, it adds to their resume. They'll be able to bring in different perspectives from the working world. And maybe a level of maturity that's different than students that are coming directly from undergrad. So I think it's bringing a lot of positives to their application. But I think, and my colleagues would agree, we're going to accept students with varied backgrounds. So some will be directly from undergrad, while others will have experience. And we're not looking for one particular type of student. And so that just, again, that adds another level of diversity to that application. But I'm not sure if I answered the question, but.
Oh yeah, I thought that was a great answer. At least for me personally, and for our audience, I'm pretty sure that they just understood that just go ahead and do the application how it typically is done, and make sure you don't leave out any of the experiences, because it's really important for the selection process.
And you can look for too, if the applicant is interested in continuing to work during law school, that's something that in their selecting law schools to apply to, there are some that offer part-time programs that will allow them to continue working while earning a law degree.
Nice, thank you for that. I'm actually a part-time student as well, so I second that. And so I can definitely go to the next question, and then I'll hand it off to my co-moderator. And so I thought this was a really good question that should be asked for a lot of students out there. They asked, how is the admissions process different for possible DACA students or undocumented students? Dean Orlando, can you answer that for us?
Sure, great question. So we don't have a specific, well, on the application, we do ask about citizenship status. So that is a question that we do ask. Sometimes students will choose to write in their personal statement about their DACA or other status as part of kind of their story and their journey. And we're, of course, we want to learn more about you as an applicant and your journey, and the committee looks very closely at that. And I think that brings a different perspective. We talk a lot about different types of diversity, right? In terms of the ethnic and socioeconomic and first gen. For DACA students and those who are undocumented, they have a different experience from their, it's a lived experience. And really sharing that story in a personal statement, I think resonates very strongly with the committee. And I think for our review, we're looking to see that this is a student who perhaps hasn't had the advantages that other people in our applicant pool may have had. So we're looking to see, I think that's a plus. It brings that perspective and a different kind of flavor to our incoming class. But procedurally, I would say there's no kind of difference in terms of the way the process or the way your application is handled or processed. But I think it's a plus factor in our diversity consideration as we discuss as a committee.
All right, Mr. Irvin, I think it is your turn again. I'm going to come to you with the next question. Which I thought was a great one. How do students discern which law schools are the right fit for them? Especially in the point in the question was made that in many ways, law schools are very similar in terms of curriculum, clinical offerings, etc. So how does a student review these 200 plus law schools and then narrow it down to the types of schools that are going to be a good fit for them?
Great question. And alluding back to what I was saying earlier, and colleagues were echoing this too as well, that mission, that this has been a repetitive word throughout this whole session, is that mission. You have to look at that school's mission and see and look at the values and beliefs in your life and your legal pursuit and what you want to do, what your career path looks like in the legal profession, and look at and research that school in that context to say, does it fit within my pathway? Is it going to give me the resources that I need to really boost me and springboard me into a successful legal profession? So you have to look at that to see in that fit, as you're looking to see, first of all, those resources. Second of all, does it tie into my mission? Because you have to have a set of shared expectations and a shared common goal with any organization that you join, so you can be committed, fully committed to serving after you leave that organization or after you leave that legal profession. You're not just going just to get a law degree. You think the law schools is just going to send you on your way and not contact you. This is what we call being an alumni. So they will look for you to really serve in that capacity after you leave. And it takes a level of commitment. So as you're looking, you have to look at those. And every law school has a unique mission. Every law school have resources. Every law school serves the legal profession in different capacities. And you have to really look at that and really see which one fits. And that's basically going to these events like you are attending today, connecting with the pre-law advisors, in whatever law school tiers that you have, connect with those pre-law advisors at your undergraduate institution to get more information about those law schools. And also attending the open houses. We're in a different platform, this virtual platform. So you have no excuse. I know we all can get Zoomed out or WebExed out, all these other platforms that I'm learning. So there's no excuse to really dive in and attend those events and connect with these representatives. It's like just doing your research in the totality.
Thank you for that. And I think that's probably a good place to close out because certainly the fit is really the driver. We know there are all kinds of other factors considering in terms of where students apply and where they'll end up, but ultimately that fit is going to be critical to their success because that's where they're going to be spending the next 3 years and it will shape the trajectory of their legal career. But I want to just thank our panelists for being here. I want to thank my co-moderator, Michael Peterson, for serving with me this morning. And what I'll do too, if our panelists are able. There were many questions in the Q&A that we did not have an opportunity to get to because of our time constraints. But if you're open to sticking around and maybe answering some of those questions, and I'll do the same, at least from a pre-law advisor perspective, just so that all of the students who had questions, we make sure that they get those questions answered. But I just want to thank the University of Houston Law Center for sponsoring and for having all of us. Yes, I couldn't find the virtual hand clap, so I'll do the hand clap for everybody. And I just wish all of our attendees the best of luck. As Dean Bain said, this is a time when we need you all the most. So I encourage you to stay the course and to continue on your path to gaining admission to law school. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Adrian, Michael. And thank you to the University of Houston Law Center, the North Carolina Central University, and Western New England University for providing us with vital information on the law school application process. I wanted to let the participants on the webinar know that if you have more questions, our panelists that they may not have been able to answer, they will get to your questions during the admissions portion of today's event. And we're going to have admissions officers available to answer them. So thank you for those amazing questions, participants. We're so excited that you're here. So I'm going to now turn to our next panel. Tiffany Tucker will moderate our second panel of the day. So please take notes on the do's and don'ts of the legal profession. Tiffany?
Hi, everybody. I think we were going to offer a few minutes of a break so that people can take care of some housekeeping issues. So let's take the next 10 minutes and we'll start right at 11 o'clock, if that works for everybody.
I wanted to just remind everybody that we're going to have the second portion of our law fair on October 17th. That's next Saturday. And you can use the same link that you used to sign on today. If you have anybody that you'd like to invite, I'd like to encourage you all to go to the website and have them register. Thank you. For the participants that are on the call, I just want to direct everybody to our website where you can encourage your friends to register for our 2020 Diversity Pre-Law Symposium and Law School Admissions Fair for next Saturday. So this is a 2-day fair. It's this Saturday and again next Saturday. All you have to do is go here and click and register if you are interested in attending next Saturday, October 17th. If you wish to see the full agenda, it's a different agenda. You could just click here for the full agenda. It'll bring you to the agenda webpage and you can take a look at all of the new offerings. So this is our agenda for today, October 10th, our amazing panelists and law school participants. And then on October 17th, and then the times are listed in CDT, we're gonna have a new set of offerings and different panel discussions as well, and a variety of law schools that are really supporting our diversity program. So I encourage everybody to tell all of your friends, anybody that's interested, any aspiring lawyers to partake and register in our free event and really engage with these amazing professionals and advocates for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Again, we will be having a raffle also today, and we're going to be raffling off some great prizes. And we will also have a raffle next Saturday and raffling off some amazing prizes as well. So I really encourage you all to register and partake in next Saturday's event as well. And thank you again for being here. We'll be starting our panel shortly in about 3 minutes.
Hi, Peggy. I'm Persia from Albany Law.
Hi, Peggy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
We're going to begin our second panel in about 1 minute. Hi, Tiffany. Lost track of time there. Everything is so really. Hi, Persia.
Hi, Jody. Thank you so much for including us in this event.
Of course. I mean, I appreciate all of you, such staunch supporters of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And it's just been such a pleasure working with all of you we won't talk about how much time. We all started working when we were 5.
I agree. I'm sticking with that.
Yes. So it's 12 o'clock, and so we're going to start our next panel. Again, I just want to thank the last panel, and I want to remind the participants today that if you have any questions that were not answered by our panelists, or you have new questions that we weren't able to get to that relate to admissions and what the topic of the last panel was about, we will promise to get to your questions during the admission portion of today's event. And we'll have those admissions officers and others available to answer them for you. So again, Tiffany, I'm really excited that you're going to be moderating our second panel of the day with these amazing, amazing presenters who we have such a love for. So I'm going to ask the audience to please take out your notepads and really take notes on the do's and don'ts of the legal profession from our stellar experts in this field. Thank you, everybody, for being here today.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We really appreciate you guys putting on this excellent program. Thank you so much to the wonderful panelists that have already spoken. I've already learned more than I knew when I was going through the law school admissions process. It's like we learn every single time we hear more of this great information. But the 2020 Diversity Pre-Law Symposium and Law School Admissions Fair is such an important event. And this particular issue, as Christian Giuseppe knows, is very close to my heart. This panel called Professionalism in the Law seeks to help students to understand how they can exhibit professionalism from day one. From the first moment you start thinking about applying to law school and being a lawyer, you really need to try to understand the rules of etiquette and what your behavior says to those that you're communicating with. And that process begins from the moment you start asking questions about issues, following up on applications, and interacting in general with every single staff member at a law school and any other person in your life that you interact with, even at your own school or in your own or at your own job. So we are very excited to be discussing this morning, and we have a very distinguished panel here to talk with you today. My name is Tiffany Tucker. I'm the Assistant Dean for Career Development at the University of Houston Law Center, and I would love it if each of our panelists today could introduce themselves.
I'm Persia Wilkins, and I'm the Director of Multicultural Initiatives and also Assistant Director of Admissions at Albany Law. My background in higher ed is over 20 years. And Tiffany, I honed my counseling skills from working in our Career and Development office as their Assistant Director for 7 years. And then I worked in student services, and now, and I always introduce myself when I speak with students of any type that I'm first generation high school, college, grad school. I am an MBA, I'm not an attorney. My undergrad degree is in economics, but I've worked in higher ed my entire career. And my goal today, in addition to our colleagues on the panel, is to help you navigate this process, help build professional skills, help adjust some things that may have happened in the past, and how to use addendums and diversity statements to navigate and create a stronger law school application that can lead to not only success, but scholarship.
Excellent points. Thank you so much for that. Next panelist.
I'm not sure if I'm next on the list, but
I think it's Tyler.
You are next.
Nice to meet everyone. My name is Tyler Garvey. I'm an associate at White & Case in New York. I practice project finance. I work on both merger and acquisition type transactions as well as debt financing transactions. To break it down in simplest terms, if you have a company, you want to buy another company, I can help you do that. If you have a company and you need to raise $100 million or something like that, I can help you do that. If you also want to buy a company, but you're broke and you don't have the money to raise that, to buy that company, I can help you do that. So my focus is around, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Tyler. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Not sure if I'm next.
You are.
Yeah. All right. My name is Will Trevino. Also a New Yorker, born and raised in Queens. Tyler and I know each other since our John Jay days, right? So currently I'm an associate attorney at the law offices of Stephen Cohen. It's a small firm that focuses on creditors' rights with respect to outstanding debts. I litigate in the courts of New York and federal courts with respect to commercial debtors, and help creditors, get the money that they loaned or that they gave out on credit, etc. That's what I do.
Thank you, Will. We appreciate that. All right, and Peggy, last but not least.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peggy Lee. I am the Director of Chapters at the American Constitution Society, which is the nation's largest progressive legal network. I work with law students, lawyers all around the country. We have about 200 chapters at almost every law school around the country. I'm a first-generation American, first-generation law student. I went to UCLA undergrad. I went to UC Berkeley School of Law with Tyler, which I'm really excited to be on a panel on. Before I came to work at the American Constitution Society, and again, I do a lot of working with students and lawyers on policy, progressive networking. Before that, I did legal aid. So I worked with low-income elders in rural Northern California before coming to work at ACS. And I am based in Houston, Texas, but I'm originally from San Francisco.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate you guys being here, and you obviously have a very diverse background. Much like several of the panelists mentioned, I'm also first generation, and I'm also a career attorney. I once was a mental health therapist, which of course plays a lot into what we do on a daily basis. And while I'm not a native New Yorker, I did practice in New York exclusively after law school before coming back home to my home state of Texas. So we really appreciate you guys coming from all corners of the country. And why don't we jump in with what I would imagine is one of the first ways that a student who's applying to law school would be engaging with the world, and that's through their social media. Could you talk about, and anybody who would like to contribute some insight, talk about the best practices for your social media once you decide to apply to law school? For example, is social media even important? Will anyone even be looking at that for a student who is trying to get into law school? Let's start with Tyler.
Okay. So I actually think social media is extremely important. I think you should start a LinkedIn. That's how people kind of find you. One of the things about it that you can take advantage of is, right? So you want it to be public because you want people to be able to find you. You want people to be able to see what you've accomplished. You want to be proud of your accomplishments. So I think you should be on that site in particular. You don't have to post anything, you don't want to do anything that's not your style, right? So everything should have an end game. So you should use LinkedIn to the benefit that you want to use it. But understand that if you're trying to go to law school or you're looking for a job or something like that, people are going to look you up and they're going to say, who is this person and what does this person look like? What do they do? So you want to be able to have that profile front and center, check it, make sure there's no spelling errors and things of that nature, see how it looks from the public, because sometimes the view that you see it, there's certain privacy settings that might be a little bit different. So log in through a friend, spouse, or whoever, just to see how it looks like from the third person point of view. I think once you do that, that kind of establishes LinkedIn. I think for Facebook and Instagram, that's kind of your preference. I personally kind of keep it private because I try to, keep my circle kind of close. So you can't really find me on those sites. So when you search it up, you can't find anything. So it's up to you, but just know if you keep it public, people can find you, people can search you, and whatever you post is essentially fair game. So be conscious of that and, act accordingly if you have it public, if you have it private, and you just don't do things that you don't want to come to light later on.
Those are excellent suggestions. Persia, did you have some thoughts on that as well?
I think one of the first things, and this comes from my career center background, career planning office, is make sure your email address is professional. We sometimes, when we're teenagers and we're in college and we have these funny email addresses that may have inappropriate tones to it, it's important that the email that you share, sometimes it's just best to use your school. If you're still a senior, Just create a new email address that's more professional. I agree with Tyler. I think keeping your social media private may make better sense because you really can't control your friends. And don't forget archive. There's a tremendous amount of archive conversations that happen where there may be inappropriate language and inappropriate shared emails that may offend. And you're building a professional career here. Tyler is now in the professional helm of working as an attorney. His clients, his law firm, he has to be very careful on what his outside persona looks like and make sure it mimics exactly what it looks like when he shows up in the office. So look at your email address, start thinking about it, maybe create a new one, and clean up your social media sites, but also remind your close-knit friends that your long-term plan is to attend law school. So, I think you kind of start there.
So party guy 2019, not a good email address. John.Smith at USC, maybe a little better, makes a lot of sense. Well, in this era of social unrest, there are lots of, I would imagine, students out there who are contemplating going to law school, partially because they have something to say and they want to difference in the world. How does one have a persona that extends to their belief system, where they're trying to, have an impact, a positive impact on the social justice issues that are coming out today? How can they do that and still be in that safe zone, right? Where they're not considered a risk to a law school, where they are truly seen as an advocate? What's the best way for the future 1L students of tomorrow to do that? Peggy, do you have some thoughts on that?
I do. I actually think, again, I work with law students all the time. I work with a lot of pre-law students as well. And I've gotten to review a lot more personal statements and resumes in the last few weeks than I have in a while. And every one of them has a story. There's a reason why they want to go to law school. So tell your story, be genuine, be yourself. You do have to understand the legal profession overall is a conservative profession, right? But even within those boundaries, you have to explain to the admissions team, why do you want to be a lawyer? There's a lot of ways to make a difference in the world. Why is the practice of law the route for you? So I think if you're out there protesting, if you are working at clinics, if you're working at shelters, you need to put that out there. But also talk to folks, if you need mentors, if you need, talk to folks to get a second opinion, get your drafts read, because there might be something where, so UC Berkeley would be like, that's great, I love that. And maybe, Notre Dame would be like, oh, we don't want you, so be mindful of which school you're applying to, what's the culture of the school, what's the culture of the admissions team, and talk to practicing lawyers and law students. And, part of my job is working with law students and pre-law and lawyers all the time. So reach out to me. I'm happy to work with you and bring more folks into the ACS network starting, when you're an undergrad or in high school. So happy to help connect you with current students so you can decide, all right, what can I say for this application? How much of me and what version of me and how extreme can I go in this essay, and how conservative do I need to be?
That's a really excellent point. Just looking at the people being socially active and weighing in on the injustices of the world, it's going to be seen generally as a positive thing. But looking, connecting the dots between your social media presence and who you are as a brand, making sure that your more personal interactions stay private, put your security settings locked down really tight on most of your social media, making sure that also translates into your application and how you tell your story. And that's an excellent point, thinking about what the different schools are looking for. I think someone made a point on the previous panel about the mission, looking at the mission of the law school, and to your point about reaching out, students, I want to make sure you hear this clearly. When an attorney or anyone in the legal community offers to be a resource for you, take them up on it. Absolutely. Which leads us to our next topic of discussion, social or email etiquette when you are interacting in this arena. So you're thinking about reaching out to attorneys, you're thinking about reaching out to Peggy and asking to speak with one of her students, you're thinking of reaching out to one of these panelists to get additional insight and advice. What are some best practices that we can advise students on how to best communicate through email? Will, how about you take this one?
Thank you. So I think first, you need to make sure that your writing is clear, grammar's on point, right? There's no slang or any colloquialisms, right? It definitely has to be professional, especially if it's the first time that you're reaching out to the attorney, justice, judge, etc., right? And through time, right, when you build that relationship, then things can become more informal, right? But it takes time, right? And so one suggestion that has always worked for me is I make it a point to like include in the first sentence how we met and what was that commonality or that story that we shared or something, something unique that we both shared. So to refresh their memory, and also attorneys and people in the profession and professionals in general, right? They're busy, they have lives aside from work, right? So don't take it personal if you don't get a response back within a week and a half, right? It's not you, or it's not a testament to their character, right? It's just, it could be that they're busy. So give them the benefit of the doubt and follow up, right? After 2 weeks and a half, hey, just simply following up on my previous email, where can we, discuss or grab a cup of coffee? I would like to pick your brain, etc. And just keep following up until they either respond. And now if they don't respond after 3 months, I would say that that's more than enough time and more benefit of the doubt than you've given them, and you can move on. I know certainly when I was in law school, I would move on a lot shorter than that. So within a month and a half, I was on to the next person, because I've circled back with them, 5 months later at another networking event, and they're like, oh, I forgot to email you, I'm so sorry. And then, we try again. And then after that, it was like, great. And we met for coffee, we discussed, and we built relationships. So you just never know. You just have to be fluid with that situation, but definitely your grammar, no colloquialisms, no slang, and include that unique interaction that you had with that person so they can remember you from whatever event.
Those are excellent points. And I'm so glad you said, don't take it personally and follow up if you don't hear back. Please understand this, students. We are all incredibly busy. I don't even practice anymore, but when I did at my firm in New York at Sullivan and Cromwell, our emails, if they weren't moved out of the inbox within 21 days, they would delete. It was a confidentiality issue. It was a privacy issue. We didn't want anybody hacking in and finding anything. So we had to process our emails. That means if I was swamped with a deal for the last 3 weeks and I couldn't get to your email, I'm gonna want to kick the wall because, gosh, I really wanted to talk to that student and the email disappeared. If you though then follow up and say, hey, just checking back in, I know you're probably incredibly busy, you will be seen as one of the most professional young people that I would want very much to get to talk to you. So don't take it personally, and following up and giving them the benefit of the doubt, that is huge, and that will happen your entire career. Please understand that as you're interacting with everybody throughout this process. Persia, I think you had some additional comments.
Yes, I'm glad Will mentioned the follow-up and reminding the person when and where you met them. And when we think about this, about 15 years ago, the CEO of Time Warner AOL, he's one of our alums, Dick Parsons, and he donated money to our law school to create diversity scholarships. And we had a reception for him, and I had a chance to chat with him, and I asked him about networking and how he envisions that. And one of the things he said, so many times people receive a business card and they just put it in a drawer and they don't know anything on it. And if you don't know why you have a business card, it's no good. And he said, when I reach into my pocket and I hand someone my business card, this is an intimate, I am saying to you, I care about who you are and where you're going, and I want you to follow up. He said, I don't leave my business cards out. I want people to understand that they need, after we meet, they need to walk away and write a note on the back of that card that says, I met so-and-so during this event at this location, and I received this card then. Because if 10 years pass and now you're practicing, you can reach out and subject line. He said the subject line is where you put it. I met you on April 15, 2010, and I wanted to follow up. And he said, listen, and at the time he was on the Obama transition team, right? He had just won the election, and he was helping with that. And he said, my secretary or my assistants will not be answering that email. I will get to it and respond to you because it mattered and you respected me. So my bottom line is, if you have business cards and you meet someone along the way, I don't care if they practice environmental law and that's something that you're not interested in. Every single lawyer have classmates who practice multiple different practices. And they know people, they go to CLEs, they attend certain things, and they can say to you, contact my friend, use my name. And suddenly that network becomes wider. And just remember what a business card is. It's this person opening themselves to assist you, but also telling you that, you know what, I have a professional network and I can help you. I may not be able to help you in leading you to where you want to be today, but in 5 years, you may be practicing what I'm doing and you may want to have a talk. You may want to just have coffee or just via email. So the bottom line is really pay attention to those business cards when you receive them, be it from a law school and you're thinking about law school in the future, or from someone in a professional field. We all know lawyers even when we're not lawyers. So just kind of think about expanding your network in that way.
That's an excellent point. And I'm really glad you made it. And it helps us to even transition. So we're walking these students, these law school applicants, through this process of just even thinking about law school, getting their personal brand really together online, making sure their social media presence reflects the type of person that they want to present to lawyers and to the law school admissions committees. So now they're here, they're at this program. They've heard several of you say, you can reach out to me. Peggy Lee already provided her contact information in the chat. So this is a version of the business cards that we would have been, exchanging or taking from professionals, this time last year. My gosh, it seems like so much longer than that. So now, instead of the physical business card, it is this exact thing. It is seeing someone's contact information because they say sat on a panel. So then Peggy and Tyler, I noticed that you had your mutes off a second ago, and please feel free to comment, to provide the comments you were providing. But as we transition, I want the students to think about, then how do you do that? You're gonna reach out, you're gonna have the salutation, you're gonna anchor your outreach, as Will mentioned, by noting exactly where you saw them. I saw you speak on this panel on professionalism in the law on X date. Thought your comments were really great. I would love to, what are they even asking for, and how should they handle that? Tyler, Peggy, either of you start.
I can start. The points that were mentioned earlier were all great points, because it kind of thinks of, for you as a student or whatever you're going through, you try to think about the next step. So, we get a lot of emails and it's hard for us to catch up. One of the things you can do to sort of get your email, which I did when I was trying to go through this process. Now you think about what time you want to send an email, right? So we're all busy. Now the next step is like, okay, I'd rather send an email at the time we were taking the train. I want to catch that person when they're on the train, right before they get to work, when there's no internet reception, when they can like scroll through emails and there's nothing. So you kind of take it to the next level. Persia had mentioned about LinkedIn, not LinkedIn, but about business. My technique would be to, okay, I would get some business card and say, okay, can I add you on it? Now you're starting to connect social media with, you know, business etiquette in terms of business card and just kind of building up your brand. So I think it's important. I think it's important for you to also try to think the next step in strategy. Once you get tips from, we've all received these sort of things about like, we get a lot of emails. And you don't realize how much emails you get until you're actually in it. So it's important to sort of like, not just get the email, but like, you know, do something with it, sort of, sorry, and my video just cut off, but it's, you know, think about the next step, think about what you want to take there.
I was just going to add another tip that I've picked up from attending conferences is once I get a business card, I write down what we talked about and the date. So that way after the event, I know I can email them and say, we talked about X, Y, and Z. So I definitely do that, Persia. The other thing that I do is if I'm at a happy hour, because so many of these conferences are happy hour events and people may not bring their business cards, after I have a really good conversation with someone, I kind of walk to a corner and email myself what just happened. I just send it to myself at plee@acslaw.org, who I talked to, where they work, what we talked about, and what to follow up with them about, because I will not remember, because I'm going to talk to 10 other people that night. I've also been to conferences where people don't have business cards. I've noticed sometimes folks who are more senior don't carry them with them. And so they'll LinkedIn me. And I've done that at a conference where they're like, are you on LinkedIn? Let's just like connect right now. And I'll do the same thing where I walk into a hallway, remind myself, who did I just LinkedIn friends with and what did we talk about? Another helpful tip that I learned from a friend who's also first generation is she sets calendar reminders for herself. So in 3 months, she'll set a calendar reminder to follow up with X person. So that way she knows, like, she keeps it constant. So even if, you know, the person's busy and they don't respond to email, they're not going to let that relationship die. And I've picked that tip from her, which I think is really helpful.
That is wonderful and such a great thought. I've absolutely done that. I've emailed to myself what we talked about. I've written notes on my notepad, in my phone, any way that I can to remember what we talked about, the substance, so that when I reach out, when I connect, we'll have some kind of common ground. So we're at the point where students, they're starting to network, they're coming to activities like this. There are plenty of other events that are out there so that students can start to interact with professionals in the legal community. That's part of what networking is, but networking can feel like such a heavy thing. It's so scary, and the word itself, you know, it loses meaning a lot of times. Could you give your thoughts on what networking actually means to you? And while we're on the subject of students meeting people in the legal community, what does it mean then to turn that relationship into a mentorship type of relationship? Anybody want to jump in on that one? Will.
Yeah, I will. So one of my biggest strengths has always been to build relationships ever since college, right? So I knew that would set me apart from my peers in law school, right? And so networking to me is as simple and unintimidating as building relationships, getting to know someone, right? So if you think about all the friends that you have and acquaintances that you have to this day, you all started at one point not knowing each other. And then you met, you build a relationship, and now you can call yourselves friends. It's exactly that same process, right? The only thing here now is just you're building professional relationships rather than personal. But keep in mind that the professional relationships can also become personal relationships. And So hopefully that takes away a little bit of the nerves and the mystique of like networking in the professional context, right? With respect to building a mentor and mentee relationship, one, I think it can't be forced. It has to happen naturally, organically, and that can only happen with time. And you have to be diligent with it. You have to be patient with it, and you have to play the long game, right? One of my greatest mentors, Dr. Jody Rory, we met at the age of when I was 19 years old, right? A great colleague and brother and friend who's here right now as a panelist, Tyler Garvey, right? We met when I was 19. I think he was 18,
I was
right?
18, yeah.
And we kept in contact through all those years to this day. So,
well, we're all connected through Jody.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. so it's that time, right? And so that, like, I could understand students getting antsy and they want to build a relationship, especially within this new generation where everything is a little bit more faster in terms of instant gratification, right? We have things a lot faster than before. And so I do understand the need to be like, oh, why isn't this happening sooner? I want this done now. And it's just when it comes to relationships, you just gotta let it simmer. You gotta let time take its course and do its thing. Because if you try to rush it, I think that's when mistakes can happen, either from your part or from the other person's part, and misunderstandings. And then it can start to break away the foundation of that relationship.
That makes so much sense. I think we've all been at that place where once we make a decision about where we want to go, we're just eager. We're super eager. We want everyone on our timeline. So it can be really difficult to have patience. So when you're thinking about networking, this is for everyone and whoever wants to jump in. When you're thinking about building that relationship, it's going to start with like what we talked about, scheduling a call, a Zoom call, a phone call with a person. What are they asking you? What should the student even be thinking about is the purpose of a call to launch that relationship? What are they even talking about? What's the purpose? What kind of things should they be looking to walk away from that conversation having gained for their time? Persia?
Tiffany, I think one of the things in my role, I often meet students at recruiting events. And I want students to understand that our relationship and the nature of our relationship, and I've had students where I had to pull back because they sent me a friend invite to Facebook, or they try to invite me to join their LinkedIn, and I'm in a different role that I'm a career counselor, right? I'm also someone who's in admissions who will likely read your file, and I'm also an admissions counselor, advisor, right? I can help you build a strong application, but I can't proofread your personal statement. I can't proofread your resume. I can't, and I've had students come up to me at a table and they said, oh, a sister is at the table. And I had to pull them back a little and said, listen, I let it simmer and then we talk. Because sometimes, I'm first generation and sometimes it's just the excitement of seeing a face that looks like you, and I understand it. Because this profession has been cruel and savage to people of color for years and years and years, and there's still some challenges we're working through. But one of the things that I like students to understand is that remember the role of the person and what kind of role they're playing in your life. We have a good connection at the table. I tell you to reach out to me. Let's do a phone appointment. Let's have this. Let's continue to create this. Let me advise you on how to build a strong application and how to apply strategically to the law schools that can get you to where you want to be. And those are, you just have to remember the start of that. What is the person saying when they offer you that mentor support? And just kind of stay within those lines until that person moves it to a different level.
That makes so much sense. So would it be appropriate for them to ask, right? Because we we've all, especially the first gens of us, we understand that almost nothing is intuitive when you first walk into this legal community, right? The things that we find important, other people just don't find important, right? So we don't want to not take advantage of an excellent opportunity to get to know one of you, lovely people, but we also don't want to step on anyone's toes. How can we safely figure out the boundaries of that relationship? Should the student just
I'll say one quick thing, and then I'll let someone else go on. So I have alums. I've been working at my law school for a long time, and I have interesting stories. There's a student that I'm very close to. He's now a partner in the largest entertainment law firm in LA now. He started in New York, and he's part of my LinkedIn, and that's where I keep my professional lawyer groups of people. And there are times at tables when someone will come up to me and they're excited about a practice area, and I'll say, send me an invite. Are you on LinkedIn? I want to connect you with one of our alums who's doing what you're doing. Send me an invite. And that's, I think that's the piece where I'm more comfortable. And I, as I said, just kind of pay attention. And that's why it's so important to kind of write notes on your conversation so you don't cross that line. But when someone does offer the word mentor, they want to help. Sometimes they're going to teach you on how to be a better mentor, and that's okay. Be open to wanting to learn and even correcting. I did correct that person who came up to me and said, oh, sisters. And I did tell him how much I appreciated, but I walked him back and I said, this is where I want you to understand. I'm a professional. My color, when I'm reading your file, I'm already biased to you, right? We all bring it in. People don't like to admit it, but I'm cheering for you. But I want you to understand something, that I'm not gonna, just because we're the same, either I'm Jamaican or color, I'm still going to do my job. I still want to advocate for you. So give me something so I can fight for you.
That's such a kind way to put that too. And I hope students see that as well, that when you interact with someone who does care enough to provide some correction, that actually means they're rooting for you even more, because it's just so much easier just to ignore someone and walk away and just be like, oh, well, I was rubbed the wrong way, and so I can't interact with that person. But the person who actually takes the time and what may be uncomfortable in an uncomfortable setting to say, hey, I know you probably, you meant well, and I'm sure you didn't mean to offend, but this is the way this works. And so just be mindful of that. As a wonderfully kind thing to do that we all in the legal profession wish more people would do. So please take heed to those types of comments. And I also want to note that we have time today for Q&A. So if students have any questions, please add your question to the chat. We will keep talking through some frequently asked questions that we have received in advance. But if you have anything that's burning you want to talk about today, please put it in the chat and we're happy to discuss it. Tyler, you had some additional thoughts?
Yes, I do. I'll take the video off since mine has been given a little bit of trouble. But I think the conversation, just to jump back, when you first make that call, I think the conversation that you're trying to get from it is just trying to get some understanding. How I look at it is like every call you make, you're just trying to get a little bit of clarity on your situation. You don't necessarily want an answer. You just want to, just a little bit of advice. That's the simplest way to put it. I look at it as you have to pretend that you're a chef and you have to take bits and pieces from conversations and then put it together and make your meal, right? So if you talk to me, there's going to be things I tell you that will directly apply from you, and you'll say, okay, well, I'll apply that. Or I've heard that somewhere, so this is like, this confirms, or this adds to this, idea a little bit stronger. So maybe I need to consider this a little bit more. I've noticed that the best mentees are those that come to you, they'll ask you stuff, and then they'll disappear. And then they'll come back, and then it's done. However they wanted it, and they're satisfied with the result. And we just want to help you to sort of, get to where you're going, because we've run into different pitfalls, and we're doing this on a Saturday because we don't want you to run into the same mistakes. Or we want to give you tips or clues. So your job as a mentee should be to sort of, let's have a conversation with this person. I'm going through something right now. They're not necessarily going to give me an answer, but what they can do is kind of give me their perspective, and their perspective might not be 100% right. I say my word is not God. No one's word is God or anything like that. But what it will help you with, it will help you plan a path forward and say, okay, well, based off speaking to Will, speaking to Peggy, speaking to Tiffany, speaking to Persia, I kind of gleaned this could work for me, and I'm going to apply this technique. So that's what I think you should get from the conversation. That's the first conversation you should have. You should tell the person that, you know, you want to not close the conversation. You want to say, well, I'll follow up in a few months or something like that. You want to keep that dialogue open, because once you close that conversation, then it becomes even harder to kind of start back, because it's kind of like, hey, remember me? Or, you know, you could just kind of reply to the email saying, hey, you know, nice to speak to you. Just wanted to follow up. I knew I said I was going to catch up, you know, so that should be your goal process.
That makes so much sense. So students, what we're hearing is you're talking to these contacts about their perspectives, their journey, and how they made it to where they are. And then you're asking questions about what you can do to best position yourself to be the most competitive candidate that you possibly can be. And when they give you that advice and that guidance, you go do that thing that they told you to do, whether it was, you know, join this particular group, reach out to an X person that I'm recommending you reach out to, whatever it is, you go do that thing and then come back and tell them that you did it. I cannot tell you how beautiful that is to a legal professional to see a student or soon to be student to understand that that is actually part of building that relationship. To Will's point of letting it build organically, that's how it builds. They get a chance to interact with you while you're in the moment, but then they see your follow through, and then they see how you follow up. Those are the types of students that we want to then, to Persia's point, connect with our connections, because we feel like we can trust that you understand that process in a great way. Peggy, I see that you had your mute off for a moment. You had some thoughts on that as well?
I did. I was just gonna emphasize something that Persia said, which is listen to the person that you're talking to. They will give you cues and they will direct you on how, like, what they want to provide you, what type of relationship they want to have. So really listen. You know, we're busy, and so I think for most of us, we give pretty clear cues and directions because we don't have time for the in-between. And the other thing I wanted to say, and I don't know if this was brought up, but you got to network in a way that's authentic to you, right? So don't make yourself uncomfortable, because we will feel your uncomfortableness, right? So there are places like, you know, conferences, happy hours, you know, some groups will hold like speed networking. There's just a lot of different options out there. You got to figure out like what works for you. I'm really outgoing, so I'm cool with going to happy hours and conferences, but others, that's not the best scenario. So you got to figure out what works best for you. It doesn't mean you don't network, because networking is so much about how you grow, how you build connections, and how you get jobs. But you got to figure out what your style is and what makes you feel the most comfortable and confident. But you also got to push yourself a little bit.
Excellent points, and I'm so glad you mentioned that. I think it's really difficult when students see people like you wonderful folks. They will assume that you're an extrovert. I'm actually an ambivert. I can perform when I need to. I can make myself go into high stress situations with a lot of people, but it's not my preference. I get just drained, right? So I have components of extroversion, I have components of introversion. And so I get the question from my introverts probably more than anybody. How do I make that situation work for me when walking into a room full of people, or literally even just being on a panel, if say the attendees are, if they are visible and they are expected to interact, that is just daunting. I'll offer one method that I use because I know I'm going to run out of energy. I have a lot of it, but I will run out because I just want to focus on just one or two people. And because it's authentic to me, to your point, Peggy, I know that I'm better in the one-on-one. And so I'm going to force to talk to depending on my energy level, 2 to 4 people, individuals, instead of thinking I have to work the entire room and shake hands with everybody because that works for other people, not me. So then I walk away with just a couple of authentic interactions that I feel good about, that then I can come back and touch base with in terms of connecting with those people, following up, scheduling time for a call, and then following through on advice. Do you guys have any additional advice that you would offer to students who, especially the ones who are extra put off by any of these social interactions, to get to know people that they haven't met yet?
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Peggy's last point, everyone has a different style, right? And one thing that has helped me, right, across the board, no matter who I meet, is the first conversation that I have with a new contact is simply to get to know them, and for them to get to know me if they want, right? But that's my goal, right? And that strategy goes across the board, whoever you meet, right? And so therefore, it's just that. What has been your path? You know, what has been your challenges? How do you like your job? How did you end up with your job? You know, and do some research on the contact and, you know, make sure that you know a little bit about them. But that's the point of the first, at least for me, that's the first conversation I have with them, is getting to know them. Second, third conversation, now I'm coming asking specific questions like, hey, based on the first conversation that we had, you know, I'm going through this right now, and I would just like to get your opinion on that. Could we set a time to just quickly discuss? And then that's when things start happening, right? So if perhaps it may help those who are just like very cautious when it comes to speaking with strangers and getting to know people, especially in the professional world. Maybe start with that. It's just a simple conversation. Hey, I would like to meet with you. Can we go grab a cup of coffee? I would just like to get to know you. You seem like a pretty cool person or a great person. And I would just like to get to know you and start building a relationship if that's possible. And then that's it.
I wanted to piggyback off that also. I know we're going into Q&A soon. But I like what you said, Will and Peggy. I think one of the things that, you know, if you're shy and if you're not if you're an introvert, one of the things that I find, if you're in a cocktail party type environment or a reception, there's always someone who is boisterous and talking, and there's a group around them. It's okay to kind of go in and ease in a little and be part of that, because that might be more comfortable. But one of the things I found in my life is that I pay attention to the folks on the fringes of reception, those shy folks, the people who are quiet. A lot of times that's the person who is sponsoring this entire event. They're the partner of the firm. They're watching what's happening, and you kind of watch what's happening on the outside. Yes, it's, you know, for me, I tend not to go to that group. I'm looking for the fringes. And I find my best contacts, people who either approach me or I approach them, and I learn something. They hand me their card and they said, you know, I run this firm, I do this, I'm sponsoring this event, and you'd be surprised. You know, this person really wants to know who you are. They're very happy that you sought them out, because they were you 20 years ago, and they're still you, right? Because they're still doing their thing. So as they said, be who you are, be comfortable. You cannot do effective networking unless you're comfortable, right? There are going to be stuff you're going to do outside your comfort zone, so you kind of have to push yourself, but you don't have to, you know, if you feel like you just need to network, just go in that group where the person is talking. And then also look at the fringes of the room and have those one-on-one conversations that are meaningful. And you only need to really meet one person at each event. Don't feel like you need to start collecting cards. This is not speed dating here. You really just need one person who can lead you to where you need, right? Not too much advice kind of create chaos sometimes. And All right, that's enough.
No, it's so true.
I'm Jamaican, so I can keep talking and talking and talking.
No,
So
and I love what you're saying. I love that strategy of finding that person who's on the fringes as well. If you're at an event, I do that also, because yeah, you always have the big groups of some of the folks just holding court, right, at a networking event. And if you find that person, that could be, like you said, one of the most important relationships that you build, you know, in your life. And I love, Will, what you mentioned about having a goal to get to know that person and doing your research. That's also very important. Again, this is about professionalism and having a brand that says, I will be professional no matter what the situation is, even as I'm trying to figure out what professionalism means to this, you know, group of people. One of the ways that you do that is, if you do schedule time with someone, take a look at their bio page on their employer's website, take a look at their LinkedIn page to learn a little bit about what they're putting out to the world as who they are as a brand, and start with that. So I read on your bio that you have this type of practice. I'd love to know more about that. So I read on your LinkedIn page that you went to X school for your undergrad. That's where my brother went, you know, something like that, that shows that you started with your research, because this time, this appointment, this call was important to you. That matters a lot. And then just getting to know them and what they do and how they view the world and what their goals were. Excellent ways to start getting to know someone. I think, Tyler, you had your mute off. You had some additional insight.
Yeah, I think all the points mentioned earlier, I just wanted to echo everything that was said earlier. I think the only thing I wanted to add is, if you're shy, you kind of have to know what you want to sell. And you kind of start from there. So like in a corporate firm, some people want to be partner. Some people want to be, you know, gain the skills that they need to move into something else. There's no shame in that. So if you want to like lateral in-house and be a general counsel, so you think, okay, what career path or what group do I need to be in? So you kind of start from where you want to end up, and then it kind of helps you to maneuver backwards. And the people you meet, we all have name tags at these events normally, you know, customarily. So like you said, Tiffany, you can look up the person quickly and say, okay, this person's in corporate. It might be good to talk to this person, how long they've been in corporate, you know, find out, okay, what are some lateral opportunities, you know, from corporate, or why do you like staying here, and what has surprised you from being here? So it's kind of working backwards. If you're shy, be targeted. Yeah, like Persia said, you don't need to talk to everyone. You know, and that could kind of ease some tension, because once you're getting something out of it, the shyness drops, and now you think about how to be effective, how to like sort of make the most of this opportunity and make the most of this situation. So that's just a tip if you're a little bit shy.
And lawyers love to talk.
100%.
Most of my friends are lawyers, so you know they will tell you about the professor they had, and they got a degree, and they'll tell you stories. We're just normal human beings outside of our professional setup, you know. So just always remember that we're not perfect people.
That's absolutely right. And that goes on the spectrum of the types of personalities too, because most lawyers, they're going to really enjoy talking about themselves. They're going to love these events. And then you also have the ones that are in the corner because they hate these events, because we are people too. We're multifaceted as well. And as much compassion as you can show, the better. And again, that makes you look more like a mature professional that, you know, we want to get to know. Since I don't see any specific questions in the chat, first of all, I assume that means you guys are talking about all the most important business. So kudos to you. But as we get to a point where we want to get close to wrapping up so we can stay on time, I would love to hear from each of you, if you can think about the best and the worst interaction that you've had with a student or soon to be law student, and what made it stand out in a great way and in a not great way. And I will start as you guys give some thoughts to it. Oh, you see some questions. Will, you see questions in the Q&A box? Ah, I was looking in the wrong box. That's what it was. All right, so let me jump to that in the few minutes that we have, and then we'll circle back. So thank you for that. saved me there. The question that I see is, I am an editorial and runway model, so my social media presence is quite extensive and public. Will law schools look up my Instagram and Facebook, and will that harm me? I'll answer the first one, yes, they'll look it up. And I'll leave it to a couple of the panelists to talk about what might be harmful.
I can go if anything. I think it's only harmful, like you'll know internally if something is kind of harmful with it. I do agree that people are gonna look you up. I would say, you know, if that's what you do and that's what you like, there's nothing wrong with, you know, kind of previewing it somewhere in maybe your personal statement or something like that. But if it's on the internet, you should be essentially proud of what's on the internet, essentially. So you don't want to think of the mindset of like, this is definitely going to hurt me. Like, oh, they'll see me like you know, like a law firm or maybe law school might see you in a different light. Anything you put out there, you should be proud of. You should be aware of it. So the fact that you're aware is already a good first step. And you should be ready to answer questions about it if it does come up. Mm-hmm. And you should anticipate that they might bring it up.
I wanted to touch on it because I've had beauty queens, I've had models, we've had so many people apply to law school. And one of the things, we have 1,200 plus applications. We are not doing a background check on applications on a whole, right? Clearly there's some character and fitness issues that once you check them, you know, we may do some further review. But as Tyler said, you know, we understand what a model means, right? We know what it means, right? And clearly you're an artist, you're doing all these interesting artistic things, but you know, focus on the strength of your application and where you're going. Think about where you're going. So you may begin to start making certain things private because you're changing a profession. Not that you have to do it, but I think as you move towards your legal career, if you know, you may want to make your certain social media areas private. It's not required, but I think, you know, you're thinking ahead, so you kind of need to move forward, right? So, but as I said, if this law school is not going to appreciate you, you should not be, don't worry about them. Don't choose them, right? If they're going to say no to you, you don't care. You guys are in the driver's seat. I want you guys to understand who decides where you apply. There are 200 plus ABA accredited law schools, right? You're likely going to apply to 5 or 6 schools. Who's in the driver's seat? Who's deciding, right? So if you're applying to a conservative law school, there's some that may find your former life challenging for whatever reason. That may not be where you want to be, right? They're liberal law schools. So apply strategically. Remember, you're in the driver's seat. You're going to decide where you apply. And if the law school says no to your application for whatever reason, you're going to move on because your long-term plan is to be a lawyer. You're going to find the school that's going to say yes to you, that matches what you want to do. Just so take the power back, okay? You guys are in the driver's seat. Don't forget that.
That is such a good point. And as we're talking about managing your social media presence and your personal brand, that does not mean that you cannot have had a prior life or prior profession. As long as what's out there in the world is still professional, then that actually adds to the diversity of an incoming class for law schools, for the ones that value that, right? So you don't have to be fearful of it. And and everyone has experienced this, if there have been some questionable things that have popped up, maybe look into things, finding a way to have control over that. If there are, you know, pages out there that maybe have comments or back and forth that you didn't really want to be out there, then maybe look at some ways to bring that down. It looks like we're out of time, guys. I want to say thank you so very much to our distinguished panelists. We appreciate you taking your time on a Saturday to talk about professionalism in the law. And thank you, attendees, for joining. We've had a great time talking, and we hope to stay in touch with the panelists that gave us their contact information. Thanks so much and have a great day.
Tiffany, thank you so much. You're such an amazing moderator. I love your energy and all of your wisdom. I want to thank you all for this fantastic panel. And Persia, I'm really elated that you were able to share Dick Parsons' great advice. He actually is a mentor to today's keynote speaker, Jonathan Bean. And he's also a staunch advocate for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, which is the theme of our symposium and law fair. So thank you for sharing.
And he's one of our prestigious graduates. And when he graduated from law school, he had the highest score on the New York bar that year in 1970 something. So we're very proud of him.
Yes, yes. He always talks about that. I have to say, in full disclosure, I've been able to engage with him, and he's an amazing human being, a dear friend, and a special mentor to Jonathan, our keynote speaker. And he loves his law school. So kudos to Albany for producing such an amazing advocate and such an amazing business person, right? I mean, he's an extraordinary at reinventing companies and just leading the way, especially as an African-American male in the profession.
Can I say one last thing about him?
Absolutely.
When the maintenance worker who hired him, he had no money when he was in law school, hired him, he retired. And Dick Parsons flew in, didn't tell anyone in our alumni office, and he came in for his retirement party, and it was a beautiful surprise. And he talked and said, "This man changed my life. When I had no money, he gave me a job doing whatever, you know." and this is the kind of person he is. And giving back. I think one of the things I'm so proud of with everyone on the panel is that we're all doing work where we're giving back. And that's the only way to move forward, right? We always have to remember, so many times my mentors growing up were white males in this country. And I'm so glad, and I wanted to be a black person who could mentor. So for me, whenever I do any kind of legal work, I hire minority attorneys to close on my house, to do my will. And this is how we kind of move this forward, right?
Absolutely. And I think Dick is just representative of total inclusion. He has mentees, and he has sponsored thousands of people of color, of underrepresented minorities, of people that are not of color, right, of allies. And I think that that's what makes him just such an epitome of what a leader is. And that's why he's so great to follow. So thank you for sharing that with us. I also just want to say, Peggy, it was great to have you. I know we haven't met before, but you're amazing. And, you know, my heart beats, right? Tyler and Will. I mean, these are products of what we've been doing for decades under Dean Baines with his support and the support of all of you. So Will and Tyler, you make me proud every single day. There's nothing, I mean, I can't express to the world just what a change agent you all are, you know, how you've become, and what the support that you're providing through HMARIA, right, to other students that don't have this opportunity. So thank you for supporting all of you, especially Will and Tyler, for helping us put this together, right? I mean, they really prep the students for today, and they're just so committed no matter how busy they are. And just thank you so much, especially as men of color. We really need you in the profession, and we're so proud of you every single day. So with that said, I'm going to change gears for a minute, and I want to just tell the participants that during our short pause, I just want to remind you all that we have a second day of this diversity symposium. The second day is next Saturday, October 17th. You can use the same link. Please encourage your friends and anybody who remotely might be thinking about going to law school or an aspiring lawyer to register and join us. We really hope that you will join us next Saturday. We will have a great array of diverse offerings of panelists, just like the ones that we had today, that can answer your questions. And just to remind you all, don't leave us, because we're going to be having a raffle today as soon as we finish with our keynote speaker, Jonathan Bean, who is the first Senior Vice President and Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer of the National Football League. And he is an attorney himself, a trailblazer. And so we want to have everybody really be with us after the keynote, and stay tuned so that we can raffle off some great gifts from LSAT Max. We have a free prep course, and we have 3 prizes actually, right? So they're giving us some books so we can give those away to you. And again, thank you to our sponsors, because of them, we're going to be able to offer our students scholarships, law students and pipeline students. So we're so excited that you're all with us here today. And we hope that you can enjoy your lunch while listening to today's amazing Pioneer keynote speaker, which will begin promptly at 1:10 as planned. So please stay tuned. And I'm going to leave Cayetana Lascano to share the screen. She has some offerings that we're going to be showing you while we take a little bit of recess, so everybody can just catch their breath, you know, maybe get something to eat and drink, and just stay with us so that we can give away these great prizes. So we're really excited about that. Stay tuned, and we'll see you very soon. I just want to remind everybody while we're waiting that we are going to have an admissions fair that's going to start right after the keynote. And in order to join the admissions fair, we just need you to be on here. All of the links to the rooms that the admissions officers will be in the chat, and that admissions fair is going to be held shortly after the keynote speaker. So again, links to all of the law schools that are on our agenda, which is available online, are going to be available to all of the people that are participating today. They will be provided in the chat. Simply click on the link and you can enter those rooms, and you can travel through the rooms and really have engaging conversations and have any questions that you may have unanswered, or you may thought of right now answered by our admissions lawfare officers. These are law schools that have supported diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging through our pipeline program and supporting our students over the years. So we're really excited to have all of these law schools here, and the law schools that will be here next Saturday, October 17th at 9:30 CST. Please remember to join us, and we really hope to see you in our admissions law fair after the keynote speaker. Just really excited about hearing from our keynote speaker. If you haven't read the news, maybe Google NFL today and see what the news is about that. We'll have some questions and answers with him, and we really look forward to this engaging conversation. See you soon. Just a reminder for anybody who's logged on now, just to clarify that the keynote speaker will be on at 12 o'clock CST, and that's 1 p.m. EST. That's 12 o'clock CST, 1 p.m. EST, and we'll start promptly at that time at 1:10 in just about 1 minute. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started with our keynote speaker presentation today. I just need Brianne to turn on your camera. I think she's on here. Great, Brianne. Just unmute maybe.
Hi.
Jonathan, if you could turn on your camera, that'd be great.
Hello, everyone. It is my esteemed pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Mr. Jonathan Bean. Mr. Bean graduated from Dartmouth College, completed a joint JD MBA degree at the University at Buffalo School of Law, where he currently serves on the Dean's Advisory Council. He also earned his LLM in taxation from Georgetown Law. Mr. Bean has taken the legal field by storm, becoming the first ever Senior Vice President, Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer of the National Football League. Mr. Bean also serves on the board of directors of GLAAD and is the only cisgendered Black ally in this capacity. GLAAD, a non-governmental organization, monitors how the members of the LGBTQ+ community are viewed in the media. Mr. Bean raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to support GLAAD's critical work in the LGBTQ+ community, including advocacy for human rights issues like same-sex marriage. As a result, GLAAD has become one of the most prominent organizations in the world. With over 20 years of experience in fostering an inclusive and diverse work environment at companies such as Time Warner and 21st Century Fox, Mr. Bean's passion and expertise in building diverse, equitable, and inclusive environments is imperative. As SVP and CDIO of the NFL, we could not have asked for someone with more expertise, preparation, and passion to enter this role at the most critical time in our nation's history. Please join me in welcoming diversity champion, Jonathan Bean.
Brianne, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And good afternoon and to everybody today. And I really appreciate it was just really, really good to see Will and Tyler. I saw them when they were just starting their journey into going into law school and becoming attorneys, and it's really impressive to see what they've become today. And I'm really excited to see the future for both of them. They're really amazing young men. Also, I just wanted to third my true appreciation for people like Dick Parsons, who is a mentor to me, and when I worked at Time Warner, and has continued to mentor me all of these years. We need more people, as Persia said, to pay it forward. There's no question in my mind that I would not be in the role that I am today without the support of so many other people that believed in me and listened to me and mentored me and sponsored me and encouraged me. And we all need that. And it's our responsibility, those that are grinding right now and in our careers as attorneys and in other positions, to pay it forward. So that is extremely, extremely important. And I also want to thank all of the law schools that have chosen to participate in this event. Most importantly, the University of Houston Law Center with Len Baines and Kristen Giuseppe, just amazing leaders and a great law school. But I know we have a bunch of other law schools that have participated and that are eager to engage with all of you and are really hopeful that you will apply to their schools and become the incredible attorneys that each one of you are capable of becoming. So for me, what I wanted to do today is just give you a sense of my life and me, and really talk about how I got to the position I am today. And it was a long journey, to say it, and really start at college and let you know where I was, what my mindset was, and really where all of you all are right now. Then go into the experience of actually going to law school and the challenges and highlights of that. And lastly, to talk about my career. It's been an interesting one. I probably had about 5 or 6 different positions in my career. And the process of one's career journey is a unique one, and each of you are going to have your own. And just because you have a thought of what you're going to do, it doesn't mean it ends up being what you eventually do, but you will end up doing what is truly best for you. That I know. So let me start. So I am someone that, I don't know what it was, but like even in high school, I had this real interest in schools. My mom's an educator. Maybe that probably is it. And I had almost an obsession to see if I could get into an Ivy League school. So I kind of already knew really early what I wanted to do. And so I tried hard to figure out, to see if I could be that strong student, and most importantly, all around well-rounded person that an Ivy League school would be interested in. And so really just starting in high school, I tried to get involved with everything. I wanted to make sure that I was a good student. I wanted to make sure I was a good athlete. And most importantly, I wanted to make sure I was a good person. So I spent a lot of my time to the community and doing a lot of volunteering and public service. And so that's the way that I defined myself, as trying to be well-rounded. I then had the opportunity to go to Dartmouth, but there was a lot of other schools that I was considering. But it ended up being a good one for me, not necessarily because it was an Ivy League school, but for me, and I know a lot of you can understand this, is, some people will thrive in a really large school, like maybe like University of Michigan or something like that. And then others are looking for something a little smaller. Me, I was looking for something a little bit smaller, at least an undergrad, is I wanted to find a way to connect and be able to have an impact. So try to be in a small pond instead of a big ocean. I just thought it would help me in my development. And when I went to college, I knew I wanted to go to graduate school. And I thought that I wanted to be an attorney. So my plan when I went to college already was to go to law school. But I will admit, and I think a lot of you might have this, and you'll say, like, some of you probably have that same kind of journey and thought process. And then others are like, I have no idea. I don't know whether I want to do this or not. I didn't either. So in my mind, I don't know why, but I had this idea that I was going to be a lawyer. Now, was that idea based off of real solid facts, which said, oh, I've watched this attorney? Because I didn't know any attorneys. I didn't know any attorneys. No one in my family did the law. Nobody talked about the law. So I had no idea what that really was, except what I saw on TV. So while I'm saying I always knew I wanted to go to graduate school, correct. I always knew I wanted to go to law school, yes, but my reasoning behind it may not have been as well thought out as I look at it today that it should have been. So if you don't have like this really well thought out plan, don't feel bad about that, because hardly any of us do. But the most important thing is, I knew that I wanted my academic journey to go beyond undergraduate school, which I think many of you are considering right now. And I highly, highly suggest it. I'm going to talk about law school, but I would highly encourage all of you to go to graduate school, regardless of whether it's law school, business school, master's in education or health, whatever. And I'll explain why. So for me, undergraduate school was about me learning critical thinking and writing, and also doing and learning things that I wanted to learn. I'm I am a huge fan of history. I find history absolutely fascinating. And so that was my major. I didn't take that major with the thought of being a professor or something like that. I knew that wasn't where my journey was, but I loved history. And in order to be a history major, you have to read a lot and you have to write a lot. And I knew that my future was going to involve reading a lot and writing a lot. And I wanted to develop that skill. So I was more focused on how could I develop my skill in critical thinking and how could I prepare myself for graduate school. Preparing myself for graduate school is not understanding business when I'm 18 or 19 years old, or understanding the law when I'm 18 or 19 years old. What's more important is understanding how to think for yourself and think critically and be empathetic to other people who have different views than you. So, so then I graduated from school. And unfortunately, I had no idea what I was going to do. So I had this internship with the State Bureau of Investigation in North Carolina, and that ended. I didn't know. And then I said, I worked for a nonprofit, and I said, okay, I'm going to go to law school. This is important. I had this thought that, oh, okay, so I went to Dartmouth, so, you know, I'm just going to go to like, you know, whatever law school I wanted. So my first year applying to schools, I think I applied to Stanford, Duke, and I don't know, maybe NYU or something like that. I applied to 3 schools. I thought I had all the answers. I thought I knew exactly how this was going to work. And I had a nice surprise waiting for me. I didn't get into any of them. I didn't put enough thought and care into the process. And I had no idea what to do. So the good thing is I was still into public service. I went home, worked for a nonprofit longer, and then I really did the process much better next time. So one is I looked at schools throughout the country. I looked at where my scores were, where my GPA was, where potential areas of financial assistance was. And then I ended up applying to 15 schools. And I did, you know, top tier, mid tier, and then schools I knew I would get into. Much better process. I ended up getting to some really good schools. George Washington was the school because of DC. I like DC that I was planning on going to. 2 weeks into that, I get a call from SUNY Buffalo. SUNY Buffalo says, hey, you know, would you still consider going to our school? I said, well, I'm already committed. Well, what if we gave you a scholarship? Well, yeah, I'll do that. So one is preparing yourself adequately, but then, you know, when good things happen, when you get some luck, make sure you take advantage of that. So I said, yeah, I'm there. And I said, but I've spoken to a lot of attorneys through my process. And a lot of those attorneys said you should get a dual degree. I cannot emphasize this enough. They would say, oh, I really wish I had an MBA and a JD, or I really wish I had a master's in public policy and a JD, because then I'm able to look at things from a broader perspective. I immediately heard that and I immediately acted upon that. And so most of the schools that I applied to, I also applied to their MBA program. So I got into the MBA school and I got waitlisted at SUNY Buffalo. It's kind of weird, but you know, so that's, and then they said, the business school wanted me really bad. And I said, look, but I do it if I can get into the law school. They said, leave that to us. Next day, I get a call and I got in. So there we go. I'm at SUNY Buffalo, JD MBA, 4-year program instead of 5 years. First year I did business school. Second year I did law school. Law school's hard. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. Law school's hard. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of writing. It's a lot of stress. You should allow yourself to be concerned with yourself and be a little selfish when you're in graduate school, because it's very demanding and it's going to take a lot of your energy. And the people that love you will understand that, and it'll give you the space to manage it. And it's scary. It's scary. It's scary for everybody. So don't think if you go into this process, you're going to be the only one. I doubted myself. I was like, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to fail out? You know, are the teachers going to support me? Am I going to understand anything they're saying in class? You can do it. If you want to do it, if you believe in yourself, you can do it. Yes, there were ups. Yes, there were downs, but I was not going to be stopped because I had people to support me. And I never went off the course. And I can't tell you all enough how important that is. Stay the course, stay the course, stay the course. Everyone who's listening to me right now, please, you are able to do this. You will thrive. You're smart enough. You have the grit. You have the commitment. And we desperately need people with the backgrounds that you have to enter the legal profession, because we are grossly underrepresented. And that's whether you're first generation, that's whether you're Latinx, Black, Asian, it doesn't matter. We have so much underrepresentation in the legal profession, which I think this applies to almost all of you on this Zoom call. So we need you. You can do this. We'll support you. And don't be afraid. It's everybody has it's a scary process, but you're going to go through it with a whole bunch of other people that are just as scared as you. And you've got the grit to do it. It's the grit that's important. I don't care what your LSAT score was. I don't care what your GPA was in college. If you want this, if you've got the conviction to do it, you can do it. And so I went through the process my first year. My first semester was horrible. It was horrible. You know, I really struggled. You know, I was like, I don't know, you know, because I was like, this is like crazy. And I'm like, I don't see this as really applying to what I want to do in the law. Like, why do I have to do this or why do I have to do that? And look at this person, they got an A and I didn't get an A. But I'm what you call I'm not a fast starter. I'm a strong ender. So I get stronger and stronger so first semester, shaky, second semester, okay. Third semester, pretty good. Fourth semester, really good. And then I didn't even have to worry about it. It was just a natural process. So there's nothing, it's not brain surgery. You just got to understand the process. You got to understand how the Socratic method, you got to understand how it works, how you're being trained. And once you digest that, it's not that difficult. So, so I went through it and I got great internships and then I graduated. And during that process, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. So I got a clerkship. So I was a clerk for a year, which really allowed me to evaluate things. Then I decided I wanted to be a transactional attorney. As a transactional attorney, I knew that those are really good jobs. It pays well, it's prominent, all of that. So you would think that those are all good things to think about, and they are. They're not terrible things to think about. Those aren't the most important things to think about, but I learned that later. So I got my master's in taxation. I did another year at Georgetown. Few weeks into the program, I had two offers. One was Deloitte & Touche. The other one was at PricewaterhouseCoopers in New York. And I chose to go to PricewaterhouseCoopers. That's where I started my career. So I was a international tax and mergers and acquisitions consultant, billable hours. Doesn't that sound exciting? So it is. It's a great job, great training. I understood what a balance sheet was. I understood how organizations are run, the Internal Revenue Code, multi-billion-dollar deals. I was part of those teams. Absolutely, absolutely fantastic. But I think the challenge was the part I missed as I was going in my career was I was doing this work but I wasn't loving it. I wasn't enjoying it. I felt like I was learning, and I was able to live a decent life, but I really wasn't happy, and I didn't really feel like I was maximizing what I can bring to the table. And so I made a big decision. I made a decision that I had to go, and I had to do something else. And that was driven not off of money. It wasn't driven off of prominence. It was driven off of who I am as a human being, what I value, what my passions are. And I said, I don't want to be in conference rooms looking through the Internal Revenue Code and looking through balance statements and financial statements and all of that. What I really want to do is I want to work in a company. I want to work in teams. I want to solve problems that are a variety of different problems, and find solutions and collaborate with other people and learn. And that's when I applied for a role at a company named Johnson Controls as head of strategic planning for an $8 billion division. And somehow, some way, I worked my way through it and I got the job. And my wife made the sacrifice because we had to move to Michigan, and we went on a journey. And that really was life-changing to me because I fundamentally changed what my academic experience said I needed to be doing. And as I was going through this process, I met with someone, and I was complaining about the job and how upset I was about it and how it wasn't giving me fulfillment. But then he gave it perspective. Not every job you're going to have is going to be perfect for you. But he said, when you went to law school, what was the scenario? I said, well, I went to school, I went to classes. What did you have to pay anything? Yeah, I had to pay a lot. That's why I had this debt. Well, what are you doing now? I'm going to work, I'm learning. Are you paying anything? No, they're paying me. So you're getting a huge scholarship plus a huge stipend to learn. Never looked at it that way. It really changed the way that I looked at things. And it humbled me in terms of making sure that that as I look at an experience, that I have to look at it from the big picture, and I have to be humble in terms of what it can provide and where it can take me. So now I look at my Pricewaterhouse experience and I see it as one of the best that ever could have happened, because they literally paid me to learn how companies are run, and which gave me then the skill set to be able to do the work that I do today. So I was at Johnson Controls as the head of strategic planning for 2 years. Then I was the head of continuous improvement. Then we had a health situation with our family where we had to move back to New York. And then it made me reevaluate my career again. And I said, wow, maybe I could now get into a space of public service, but also stay in the corporate world. Well, through connections, which really was through my wife, but through academic connections, I was able to get connected to the head of corporate responsibility and diversity of Time Warner. And she said, hey, would you be interested in the space of diversity and philanthropy? I said, absolutely. I have no direct experience, but I have transferable skills. And also, I've been doing things on the side that are very much related to that space. But I just need to have an opportunity. I need somebody to give me the opportunity to do something that I know I'd love to do. And many interviews later and a couple of memos later, she gave me that opportunity. And it was groundbreaking for me. As initially I was the head of philanthropy for education for Time Warner, which is now Warner Media. And then I ended up being the head of diversity for Time Warner, and I was scared because I was like, all right, I have a passion for it, but I have no idea what I'm doing. That's okay, because if you have the passion, and if you have the intelligence, and if you have the humbleness to learn and listen, you can figure it out. And so over the years, I figured it out, and I told you, I'm a strong ender, not a strong starter. So I just got better and better and better at it. And really, like, the personal satisfaction I got out of the work was so fulfilling for me. I found the perfect job for me. And I truly hope all of you do as well. But going to law school, that gives you options that so many other people that you know do not have. So while I may not be that transactional attorney, I'm doing what I really was on this earth to do, was meant to do, because of my law school, my law degree, and my business degree. So look at the bigger picture. You can be a lawyer, but it doesn't mean you necessarily have to be a litigator. Most lawyers are not litigators. You could be a politician. You could be a lobbyist. You could be an executive. You can be an attorney, public service, transactional. I mean, there's a million different things you can do with a law degree. So it's a license for you. A question. Oh, how was my experience at SUNY Buffalo? It was fantastic. So I don't know if any of you are considering SUNY Buffalo, but I had a wonderful, wonderful experience. I think that the curriculum there is very good. They teach you to be a lawyer. They don't necessarily teach you to pass the bar exam. Of course, that's important because without the bar exam, you can't practice. But they really, really teach you the application of the law and what it means to actually be a lawyer. There's a lot of experiential learning. There's some amazing professors there. It's really, really an amazing law school. And in actuality, I still am very, very heavily involved with the school. And I'm on the Dean's Advisory Council for the law school. So I work a lot with the dean there, Eva Abramovsky, who's absolutely amazing. So I've got nothing but love for the school. I think they do a great job of creating the next generation of incredible attorneys on the public side and also the private side.
Jonathan, one question. Could you talk a little bit about, in your capacity as the Senior Vice President and Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer of the NFL, a little bit about National Coming Out Day that's coming up soon and the work that you're doing on that?
Yes. So, luckily I started about a month ago as the first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the NFL. Absolutely amazing. You want to talk about a dream job. You know, I played football in college. I absolutely love the organization. I love the game. And I have a lot of respect for a lot of the executives that work there, the players. And I also know that there's a lot going on in the league. There's been, you get a lot of scrutiny. It's high profile organization. And so it's a challenging role, right? So I absolutely was excited about that. That's my kind of thing. Give me a challenge, give me an organization I believe in, and give me a passion around what they do, which is the game of football. And I was all in. So I mean, you want to talk about a dream job? It really is a dream job. So I'm really trying to get that low-hanging fruit and focus on things that can be really impactful right away. One of the first things that came up is the issue in regards to the LGBTQ community and our engagement, the NFL's engagement with that community. And I said, we need to step it up. We need to really ensure that everybody knows that the NFL is for everybody and that we welcome them and we love them as fans and we love them for who they are. And on Monday, October the 11th, is National Coming Out Day. And I don't know if any of you have seen it. I encourage anyone to go to NFL.com. But what we've done is we created a PSA, which includes some current and former NFL players that are talking about their support as allies, but also as former players who are gay, and talking about how the league supports them and has their back So you have big time players like Gronkowski, Rob Gronkowski, and also DeAndre Hopkins that are in the PSA. And so I definitely encourage you all to take a look at it. One of the other things we did is we're doing some work with the Trevor Project and GLAAD. I've been on the board of GLAAD for 6 years now. And the other thing is we'd had an op-ed which was written by our executive vice president of football operations, Troy Vincent, who played in the league for about 15 years. And he was talking about his support as an ally and to ensure that anybody who's thinking about coming out, if they're a football player or an employee of the league, that we have their back, 100% support, and that they are welcomed in for who they are authentically. And so that has gotten a lot of attention, and it's been very favorable. And that is where the league is going, and that's who the league is going to be going forward. Is we 100% support player expression, but most importantly, as a league itself, we want to make sure that we're accepting of everyone, and not only accepting, but 100% welcoming, that there's a sense of belonging regardless of who you are. And so we know that that's going to take time for people to really 100% understand what we're doing and feel it's authentic, because we haven't always been that way. But that's why I'm there, and we're committed to. So that's just the beginning of the type of stuff we're going to do.
So Jonathan, we have a ton of questions in another chat, so I'm going to try to condense some of them. But one of them is, could you talk a little bit about GLAAD as an organization and your role in GLAAD for, I believe it was 6 years that you worked with them on the board?
Yeah.
And then I'll ask you the next series of questions.
Great. So I joined GLAAD when I was at Time Warner, and I joined the board October of 2014. So I've been on the board for 6 years now. And GLAAD is a like LGBT advocacy organization, and it originally was created during the AIDS scare in the early 80s, and there was a lot of press about HIV and a lot of blaming, which wasn't based on any facts, blaming the gay community and saying things which were flat out incorrect and lies. And there was no organization that was holding the press accountable for stuff like that. And so GLAAD was created to hold media organizations accountable for the content that they present, especially content that is defamatory and incorrect about the LGBTQ community. And so that is the core mission of the organization. It is 100% core advocacy group, but it has evolved and broadened. Now, initially, it was very much about sexual orientation. Now it is sexual orientation and gender identity. And we 100% see the two as intertwined. You know, you can't be someone that's supportive of sexual orientation if you're not 100% supportive of gender identity, and vice versa. So it's really the core. Our statement is accelerating acceptance and changing hearts and minds of society. And so through that, there's a lot of research. There is an institute to inform people, almost like a train the trainer thing, inform people about the movement, things that are going on right now, and to adequately be able to talk about this in a way that people understand. And it's really, they also have the GLAAD Media Awards, which I think a lot of people know about, where it's almost like, you know, it's almost like a LGBTQ Oscars, so to speak. So they'll say, hey, this was the best short film, this was the best film, this was the best TV show in regards to how the community is depicted. So for me, I feel like I learned way more from being on the board than I ever gave by raising the money or any other things that I did. But it was one of the best, it's one of the best experiences I've ever had in my career.
Jonathan, I'm going to try to combine some of these questions for you. And so they start out with, could you talk a little bit about any student organizations that you joined in law school, significant sponsors or mentors that shaped your trajectory in your career? And how did you maintain a work-life balance throughout your law school career? And given that you did the joint degree program, do you believe that that's a really great way to take, or are there challenges to that?
All right. There's a lot. So which one do you want me to talk about first?
So I think it would be good to talk a little bit about any student organizations and maintaining work-life balance during law school.
Yeah, so for me about student organizations, I was heavily, we called it BLISA, but I was heavily involved with the Black Law Student Association. And so I wasn't like the chair of it, but I attended all the meetings and I advocated. But also, even then, I also was involved with some of the other law student associations that weren't just who I was, me as a straight Black male, also the Women's Law Student Association and others. Also, the other things that I did was there were times where we had opportunities to engage with kind of like we had experiential learning kind of sessions where we were able to do things for the community. And so I participated in that. I also actively reached out to judges, and I did a couple internships, same judge, Judge Donaldson, which was absolutely an amazing experience to understand. I looked at, personal injury cases, murder cases, just understand how the law works in real life. So those are the kind of things that I did. As I told you before, you definitely want to be active, but law school takes up so much of your time. The other thing I did too is I was very active in terms of sports. So I did a lot of rec leagues, and I met a lot of very, very good friends, that some of my best friends today, doing that: basketball, softball, football, did all of that too. Just tried to stay active, stay busy, and not have it just be about the studying. But, that's about all the time I had, really. And then balancing, I would say it's hard to have good work-life balance when you're in law school. I'll be honest, it just really, really is. However, you can definitely do that. What I like to do is I was very, very good with time management. So I made sure that I got my studying in every day, but more or less on Saturday, I put everything down. I made sure, like, I would go out socially, I'd go to movies, I would go to a hockey game, I'd go to a baseball game. I would do a variety of different things, because law school can't just be about, reading cases. And it's got to be more than that. I learned so much from my fellow students and from faculty members that I was able to engage with on a deeper level. So just make sure that you're doing other things, because if you're just doing that, you're going to go crazy. I don't care who you are. You have to have an outlet.
Okay, Jonathan.
The other one, Jody, is about mentors.
Yes.
I can't tell you how important that is. And a lot of my mentors, just in terms of, I've had great white mentors, Black mentors, Asian mentors. There's a whole lot of people that have helped me along the way. It wasn't just one particular group of people, or just all lawyers or anything like that. How does that happen? I would say when it comes to mentoring, and I know that that was the last panel talked about that a lot, it is so, so important. And the mentee, as a mentee, try to find something that can be organic. It's hard to force it, but if you engage and let people know like what your passion is and let them know essentially how amazing you are and how committed you are to achieving your objectives, it's like they're going to be attracted to you. They're going to be attracted to helping you. Find those people that are really focused on paying it forward and attach yourself to them as much as you can. They're really busy. And I know they said that in the last panel session, and it's true. But try to get as many mentors as possible. Do not limit yourself. You never know where that mentor or sponsor will come from. It could come from anywhere. It really could. It really could. So be open. Be open to that. But it takes work on the part of the mentee to make that happen. You know, so if there is a professor you're really impressed with, go to their office every week. Talk to them. Say, hey, could we have more of these conversations? If there is, you know, another student that you just think is really amazing, that might have a little more experience than you, engage with that person. That person may end up, by the way, a mentor can be a colleague. It's not just somebody who's, you know, older than you or more experienced than you. It also could be somebody who's on the same journey as you. So mentor each other. But whenever you see someone that's impressive to you, you try to connect with them and you take away what you love and incorporate it to yourself.
Jonathan, well, we have multiple questions, but one question is, do you recommend joint degree programs given that you did your JD MBA program simultaneously? And could you talk about the kinds of relationships that you develop from that intersectionality in your private life and maybe your professional life later on? And
the dual degree program, anybody that knows me, I rave about it all the time. I can't talk about it enough. So look, it's okay. If you just want to do the law school thing is great, and you're going to be able to do just about anything with a law degree. But I do have to say, me being a JD MBA just made me different. You know, think of it this way. I was thinking about this morning as I was thinking about engaging with you all. And let's say we're building a robot, right? And then there's mass production. Let's say you're getting a master's in health. That master's in health at that school, in essence, they're kind of producing a whole bunch of students to have that background, right? So you get that mass production, which is great because then they're going to go into the world and use their own selves, their own experiences, and do great things. But what if that assembly line every now and then changes the mass production and adds some stuff? What do you get then? That whatever is produced differentiates itself from everybody else. That's the way I saw it. I wanted to differentiate myself. I wanted to be something different that came out of the school. I wanted to be well-rounded, even more well-rounded than my colleagues. I wanted to be able to see things broader in a more strategic way because I'm intensely curious. And so I'm not saying dual degrees are for everybody, but if that's your kind of thinking, then I highly suggest that you get a dual degree. It was one extra year. It's one extra year, everybody. It was one extra year. And I got the JD MBA. And to this day, there's just hardly anybody I come in contact with that has my background. They have the law or they have the business, but they don't have the JD MBA or the JD something else. And you're a different person coming off that assembly line.
So Jonathan, Yamila poses a question. She says, Hello, Jonathan. I noticed in your LinkedIn, great work, young lady, looking at that LinkedIn, that you have held multiple positions in global diversity and inclusion. How did your journey in law school help you prepare for this position? And do you feel that having a JD gave you leverage? Maybe you can talk a little bit about that MBA and that LLM.
Yeah, so I would say, look, all the degrees that I got definitely makes me a better diversity practitioner today. When particular issues come up that are legal, and they do, I just had one on Friday that come up that are legal. And you know, how do I engage with the legal team? If something comes up that's like an employee matter, how am I able to analyze that? And what confidence do I have knowing that my advice or my thoughts are the correct ones? So the legal background is absolutely critical for me as a diversity practitioner and as a leader for my organization. I honestly, because of the way that I think and my experience and my way of attacking issues, I don't think I would have this role without a law degree. Honestly, I don't think I would. So I think it fundamentally made me who I am. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. A couple questions. Could you talk a little bit about relationships and managing those relationships as you develop into your professional life? Namely, you've witnessed a lot of the students through our pipeline program in really precarious situations, extremities from homelessness to single parents, to people that are trying to figure out relationships at this really young age. And I think a lot of our students are in that position. Could you talk a little bit about the significance of picking those relationships, whether they're personal relationships and public relationships? And then maybe you can fold into there how many mentors would you recommend having, and how do those mentors shape that advice?
Yeah, I would say in my time, and I think all of us go through this, so it's, you're going to have detractors, and also I believe in energy. You know that friend you love the person, they're great, but they're just like a downer, and it's just negative energy. And then you got that other friend, it's like right away when you see them, you smile, they make you feel good, they make you feel like the future's bright. They talk about your strengths, they talk about how they really hope that you achieve this, A or B. Please, and I think at your age, it's more important than ever. And I understand it can be difficult because there's issues, for example, like family. I personally have the belief that regardless of what you've inherited in regards to your family, that's your family. So that you just have to manage through that, but you know what you want out of it, right? But when it comes to everybody else, when I mean family, I mean direct family. I'm talking about my brother, my sister, my father, and my mother. So, and then you have everyone else that's around you that that creates your experience every day. That positive energy, those that encourage, those that don't belittle, those that don't put down, those that are positive, glass is half full, not half empty, those that constantly are reinforcing positivity, hang on to them with dear life. Those doing the opposite, I mean, I avoid them. So much of this work in terms of your career, your life, your life for the next 50, 60 years, which is going to be your professional life, is dependent on your mental. It's the mental. It's not mental 1 + 1 = 2. It's mental, you being in the right place mentally to attack the challenges ahead of you. Academic, personal, health, regardless. But you need to have positivity around you, people telling you that you are on the right path. You can do this. If you're frustrated, that person that can pick you up, that person that can be honest with you, but they're being honest with you because they want you to achieve, not because they want to put you down and make you feel like you're making a mistake when you're actually doing something to elevate yourself. You have to avoid the negativity, and you have to hold on to the positivity with all you got. I think for everyone, when you're in your early 20s, it's hard sometimes to figure out who's friend and who's foe. But just think about what I said, and focus on actions of the people around you. And that positivity directly will impact your ability to achieve what you do.
Great, Jonathan. I'm going to start my video right now. So I just want to thank you, Jonathan, for sharing your inspirational journey and for providing excellent advice to our participants. Thank you for your time. We know you're busy working 7 days a week. Congratulations on your new position, for being a pioneer. And we really appreciate your support of our diversity pipeline programs and events and the service that you provide to HMARIA in particular. So if we could give Jonathan a round of applause, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all. Thank you all. And thank you, Jody, and everybody else for allowing me to engage with you. And I wish all of you the best. I'm really excited. Achieve great things. Pay it forward. The world is yours. This is the time to take it. You have more opportunities now than we've ever had. The sense of urgency is there. Take it. Grab it. You will do great.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, so now everybody, I'm glad for those of us that are on, because you all qualify for a chance at one of the 3 gifts that we have from an amazing donor. So now we're going to turn to our raffle. I'm going to let Cayetana bring this up. I think, Cayetana, if you could get on with me, that'd be awesome. Great.
Yeah, 1 second that I'm trying to share the screen and I'm having some problems. So let me figure that out real quick.
While Cayetana's trying to figure that out, because we're in a Zoom world, I want to thank everybody again for being here and remind you that our second day of the fair is October 17th, Saturday. You can use the same link, and we encourage you to please contact your friends and aspiring attorneys and have them sign up to participate. We have a great array of offerings, just like we are trying to provide for you today during this really horrible time. And, you know, our feelings and our heartfelt warmth and healing energy goes out to people in Louisiana who suffered from Hurricane Delta, where you're in our prayers and thoughts. So let me get back to our raffle, if I could, Cayetana, while you're doing that. Today, we're offering 1 free LSAT Max Prep course and 2 LSAT Max Prep book kits with LSAT Max canisters. We want to thank LSAT Max for supporting our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging offerings today by donating, thousands of dollars in test prep to some fortunate participant in our program. And Cayetana has been taking attendance during our fair and has entered everyone's name in a sheet, just in case you're wondering how this raffle will go. And then I have my trusty ball here, and I'm going to roll a ball and select the winning number. And the winner, however, has to be in attendance in order to claim their prize. And let me see, Cayetana, I don't know if you're going to be able to bring up pictures of what they are, but while you do that, I'm going to start rolling the first ball. Let's see.
Okay, I'm ready. So
Okay, here goes our first winner. Give me a second, I have to put the ruler down. Okay, and the first winner is number 22.
22, 1 second.
So I don't know if you guys can see, well, you probably can't see it. So number 22. Do you have a name for number 22?
Yes. I don't know if I'm gonna spell this correctly. I'm sorry if I'm not. Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith. Jalen, are you on the call? If you could just let us know.
I think, yeah. I see him that he's on the call, so I guess he's here.
Okay, Jalen, are you here with us?
Yes, they can't speak, but Jalen's raising their hand.
Okay, awesome, Jalen. So congratulations. You are the winner of our first offering for today, which is an LSAT Max prep course, and it goes to Jalen. Thank you, Jalen, for being here. And if you could just enter your information privately to Shannon or Cayetana, they'll be in touch with you soon so we can get you that certificate and you can claim your prize. So let's do the second raffle. The second raffle is going to offer the first of 2 LSAT Max kits. It's a book kit to study for the LSAT. And that number, Cayetana, goes to 15. Number 15.
15 is Farah Solomon.
Okay, Farah, are you with us here today? If you could raise your hand, Shannon will let us know if you're present, and we'll record your information.
Farah is here.
Awesome. Farah, congratulations to you for winning that LSAT Max test prep book. Okay, here we go. I guess everything today is low numbers. Let's see if Saturday gives us a little higher numbers. The third winner of our third prize, which is a second edition of these LSAT Max test prep books, goes to number 12. Cayetana, who would that be?
12 is Sharonda Rutherford.
Great. And Shannon, could you let us know if she's here?
Yep, she's here.
Awesome. So if I can ask all of the winners to please enter their email addresses in the chat so we can contact you and get you the information on how you can access your gifts. That would be great. Again, thank you so much to our sponsor, LSAT Max, for providing thousands of dollars in LSAT prep support and supporting our cause of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging today at our Diversity Symposium. Just to let you know, next Saturday, we'll be raffling off more test prep courses, and we're really excited about that. So we really need you to stay tuned. We also have some great discount codes that we'll be offering as well. So please join us, and congratulations to our winners. So it's coming to the end of our panel, and I think you would all agree that this event so far reflects the countless hours, commitment, and creative ideas that we have invested in supporting underrepresented and diverse students during these trying times, especially during this COVID pandemic. And before we open our law fair, I just have to share with you, it is amazing to see all of these volunteers of students that are so committed to make this all work, because the things that are happening behind the scenes, it's almost like when you watch the Emmys on television and there's all these technical things going on behind you. So there's multiple chats and students are communicating and facilitating things. So I just want to thank, again, all of the student volunteers, all the volunteers, the alumni of the program volunteers. I want to thank the institutions and our sponsors again. And again, I have to say it again, please remember that we have on October 17th, next Saturday, we're going to bring you another Saturday of many different program offerings, and you could just use the same Zoom link and encourage your friends to really sign up. We're also going to be raffling, again, like I said, these prizes. And so we really hope that you can join and meet these new hosts, right? These new panelists, these new law schools from across the United States who really look forward to meeting with you. So now we're going to turn to opening the law fair. Shannon is going to help me out here. Thank you, Shannon, for your work, and Cayetana helping me with the raffle and everything else that you do. I know you work endless hours for this. So in the chat, Shannon, I believe you're going to post, and the participants should see links to the law school rooms. So the law schools that are participating in the fair each have a private link. You can click that link to enter the room of your choice. As our admission officers are eagerly awaiting your arrival, you can ask them all the questions that maybe we weren't able to answer during the Q&A for the panels. And we really encourage you to travel freely and to try to visit as many schools as you can. So happy cyber travels to you. And we hope to see you October 17th. Same link, 9:30 CST. Thank you. And I'm going to ask Shannon and Cayetana if there's anything else that they might want to share.
Not in my end. Thank you so much for everything. It was amazing.
I put the Google Sheet into the chat, so everybody should have access to it, and you can start opening up the Google Sheet and attending the admissions fair.
Okay, so Shannon, I have a couple questions in the Q&A. Farah says she can't enter her email in the chat.
Yeah.
She's the winner. Okay, great. All right, and so the chat's open now, right?
Yep.
Great. So everybody, if you could just click on that Google Drive and then venture into meeting our admissions officers, and we will see you all next week on Saturday. Please, please, please join us, and we'll be sure to share our link soon so that you can see our website. I'm thinking, Shannon, maybe we could just bring that up and share the screen so we can show them where they can go to register. I know I did that earlier this morning, so I don't know if one of you could just bring that up, that'd be great, while we wait until they leave the main room. If anybody has any questions, this would be a great time to ask us. And again, thank you everybody for your time today.